Stop for a moment. Set everything down. Let the noise around you fall quiet, because I have been trying to get your attention, and today you finally slowed down long enough to hear me. This is not an accident. You were not wandering when you arrived here. I drew you to this moment myself, and what I am about to speak over you was prepared long before you knew you would need it. There is a nudge in your spirit. You have felt it for days. A stirring you could not name, a pull you could not explain, a sense that something was about to change. Do not ignore it. That nudge was me. I have been reaching for you in 100 quiet ways. The thought that came out of nowhere and would not leave. The sudden urge to pray when you had almost given up on praying. The restlessness that settled over your ordinary routine, as if your own life were whispering that there is more. None of that was random. All of it was my hand on your shoulder. You have wondered why heaven felt silent. Hear me now. I was never silent. I was speaking in a register your hurry could not receive, so I began to slow you down. I let certain plans stall and certain doors stick, not to frustrate you, but to turn your face toward mine. My child, a shepherd does not shout across the field when he wants one particular sheep. He walks toward it. He calls it by name. That is what this moment is. I am not addressing a crowd right now. I am speaking to you, one voice to one heart, because what I have prepared has your name on it, and no one else can claim it. Listen closely, because I want you to understand why the timing matters. There are seasons when heaven moves quietly, and there are seasons when heaven moves suddenly. You are standing at the border between the two. The long, quiet stretch behind you was not emptiness. It was the drawing back of the bow. And an arrow flies farthest when the pull has been longest. You almost did not make it to this moment. I know that. There were nights you thought about laying the whole thing down, the hope, the prayers, the believing. Something in you held on anyway. That something was not stubbornness. It was the thread of my spirit woven into you, and I never let it snap. So before I say anything else, I want to settle one question forever. You matter to me. Not the polished version of you. Not the person you pretend to be when others need you strong. You, as you are today, tired and unsure, and still listening. That is the one I came for. I know the questions you carry. Why has it taken so long? Why do others seem to move ahead while you wait? Why do the same battles keep circling back? I will answer those questions in this hour. But first, you must let go of one lie. The lie that says you were overlooked. You were never overlooked. You were being kept. There is a difference between being forgotten and being hidden. A treasure is not forgotten when it is buried. It is protected. I have kept you out of sight of certain people and certain opportunities because if they had reached you too early, they would have ruined what I was building in you. What felt like rejection was often my shielding. Now the hiding is ending. I am lifting the cover, and I need you awake for it, because the things I do next will move quickly, and I do not want you to mistake them for coincidence. When the unexpected call comes, that is me. When the stranger speaks the exact words you prayed about in secret, that is me. When the stuck door swings open without your pushing, that is me. Do not let your mind wander now. The enemy would love nothing more than for you to drift away in the middle of this word, to remember some errand, to feel some sudden urge to be anywhere but here. Recognize that pull for what it is. Stay with me. The ones who receive everything I am releasing today are the ones who remain until the final word. I want you to breathe slowly as my voice reaches you. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. You have been braced for bad news for so long that your body forgot how to receive good news. So receive it now. I am for you. I have always been for you. And the report I carry today is not warning but promise. Some who hear this will think it is too good to be true. My beloved, I understand that caution. Life has taught you to guard your hope the way a burned hand guards itself from fire. But I am not life's disappointments. I am the one who spoke light into darkness. And when I say a thing, the thing itself must bend to obey. So here at the very start, I ask for something simple. Not perfection. Not a spotless record. Just an open heart. The smallest crack in the wall you built. Faith the size of a seed is enough for me to work with. I have moved mountains with less. This day is a marked day. Long from now, you will look back and divide your story into what came before this word and what came after it. I do not say that lightly, and I do not say it to everyone. I say it to you because I see what is already in motion behind the veil, and it is good. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is open to receive what I am about to speak. You said it, or your spirit said it for you, and heaven heard. Now lean in. What I show you next is the part of your story you were never able to see, the part that explains the tears, the delays, and the strange, stubborn hope that would not die. It is time you knew what has really been happening. Let me tell you what I have witnessed, because you have believed for years that your hardest hours went unseen. They did not. I was in the room every single time. I was there when you held yourself together in public and came apart the moment the door closed behind you. I heard the prayers that never made it into words, the ones that were only a long exhale and my name. I watched you get up on mornings when getting up was the bravest thing anyone did in that house. No one applauded. I noticed. I saw the betrayal too. I watched someone you trusted take your kindness and treat it as a thing to be spent. I heard the lies they told about you, and I saw how you bit your tongue instead of fighting back. You wondered if staying silent made you a fool. It did not. It kept your hands clean for what I am about to place in them. I know about the friend who vanished when your season turned hard. I know about the ones who should have shielded you and instead became the very source of the wound. You have replayed those moments 1,000 times, asking what you did to deserve them. Stop asking. The failure was theirs, not yours, and I have not forgotten the account. There were nights you lay awake and asked whether your prayers were reaching anything at all, or just rising into an empty sky. I want to answer that question plainly. Every one of them arrived. Not one was lost in transit. Some are answered already. Some are held for the right hour. And some I answered differently because I could see the whole road, and you could see only the bend. You have also carried the ones you love. You have stood in the gap for people who never knew you were praying for them, lifting their names in the dark while carrying your own weight in silence. That kind of hidden faithfulness has a sound in heaven. It is not a small sound. My precious child, here is what you must understand about the years that hurt. I did not cause every wound you carry. Some came from the cruelty of others, some from a broken world, some from choices whose cost you could not have known. But I wasted none of it. There is a difference. I do not manufacture sorrow, yet I refuse to let sorrow have the final word in the story of anyone who is mine. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. His brothers meant it for evil. The betrayal was real evil, not disguised blessing. Yet I bent even that evil to serve my purpose until the day the prison door opened, and the pit became a footnote. What others meant to bury you, I have been bending toward your good. The bending is almost complete. You learned things in those hidden years that no easy road could have taught you. You learned how to hear my voice when no other voice was kind. You learned who you are when no one is impressed with you. You learned that you can lose much and still stand. Do not despise that education. Kings have paid fortunes for less wisdom than you carried out of your worst season. And notice this, because it matters, you did not become cruel. Life gave you every excuse to harden, and you stayed soft where it counts. You still give. You still hope for others, even when hoping for yourself feels risky. That softness is not weakness. It is the proof that the enemy failed to make you into his image. I also saw what you did with your doubts. You brought them to me instead of letting them drive you away from me. You argued with me some nights. That is fine. Jacob wrestled until daybreak and left with a limp and a blessing. I would rather have your honest wrestling than your polite distance. Now here's something you have needed for a long time. You are not behind. The clock you measure yourself against was built by people who cannot see what I see. Abraham was old when the promise arrived. David waited years between the anointing and the throne. The timing of a promise belongs to the one who made it, and I have never once been late to my own appointments. Somewhere along the way, you started apologizing for your own existence. You shrink in rooms you were sent to fill. You call your dreams unrealistic and your needs too much. That ends today. I do not make apologetic creations. I made you on purpose, with intention, the way a craftsman makes a tool for a task he already has in mind. Say, I believe, out loud if this word is finding the hidden places of your heart. Good. Let that belief stand up straight inside you, because I am about to show you the other side of your story, the side that was hidden behind the veil. You have only ever seen your life from the ground. For the next few moments, I am going to let you see it from where I sit. From where I sit, the delays were not denials. From where I sit, the closed doors were not insults but detours around ruin you could not detect. From where I sit, the people who walked away created the vacancy that my chosen companions will soon fill. Nothing about your file reads like failure up here. It reads like the record of someone being trusted, slowly and deliberately, with much. And there is one more thing I witnessed that you should know about. Every time you were mistreated and chose not to repay it, every time you blessed someone who could do nothing for you, a record was kept. You thought those moments evaporated. They did not. They accumulated. And a stored-up record of hidden faithfulness always comes to payment in my kingdom, with int. Now I must expose something, because you cannot walk free while you still believe the report of your accuser. There has been a voice speaking against you for years. It sounds like your own thoughts, which is its cleverest trick. It arrives at your weakest hour, quotes your worst memories, and signs your name to its conclusions. Today I am putting that voice on trial. The accuser told you that you are a failure. I say you are a work in progress in the hands of a builder who has never abandoned a project. The accuser whispered that you are forgotten. I say your name is engraved where I cannot look without seeing it. The accuser said you are too damaged to be used. I say the vessels I use most were all mended ones, and the mended places are where my light passes through. The accuser told you that your best years are spent. I tell you the richest harvests come from fields that lay fallow the longest. He said your mistakes disqualified you. I say my mercy wrote the final ruling on your record, and the verdict reads redeemed. He said you missed your one chance. I say I am the God of Peter on the beach, restoring in one morning what 3 denials had broken. He told you no one would ever truly choose you. I chose you, and I do not choose carelessly. He said your prayers change nothing. I say kingdoms have quietly turned on the hinge of prayers smaller than yours. He announced that you will end your days unnoticed and unfinished. I decree that what I began in you, I will complete, and the finishing will not be quiet. Whose report will you believe? You cannot carry both. One voice leads to a shrinking life, the other to an open door. Choose the voice that made you. Choose it today and every day after, until choosing it becomes the reflex of your heart. Understand why the accuser worked so hard on you. Liars do not spend years on worthless targets. He studied your calling before you ever sensed it, and everything he threw at you was measured against the size of what you carry. The fiercer the opposition, the greater the treasure it was sent to smother. You were not attacked because you are weak. You were attacked because of what your freedom will cost the darkness. Now I ask something of you, and I ask it as the one who is never taken from you without multiplying it back. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Remember the widow at Zarephath. A handful of flour, a little oil, one last cake, and she gave it first to the man of God. The jar did not run dry, the jug did not fail, not because the amount was great, but because the trust was. It has never been about the size of the hand that gives. It is about the direction the heart is facing when it opens. Let me return now to the voice you must silence, because there is one more of its lies to break, and it is the deepest one. The accuser has told you that you are alone in the fight, that everyone who matters eventually leaves, that you must hold everything up yourself, because if you rest, it all collapses. This lie has driven you for years. It is why you cannot sleep some nights and cannot receive help on others. Hear the truth. You were never the only one holding your life together. My hand has been under the whole structure from the beginning. The nights you were sure everything would fall apart, and somehow morning came, and it had not fallen. That was not luck holding the beams. That was me. So I give you permission to put down what was never yours to carry. The outcome, the timing, the opinions of people who judged you without knowing the road you walked. Lay them down the way a laborer lays down a sack at the end of the day. You will feel lighter within the week, and lightness is something you have not felt in a long time. There is a boldness that returns when the accuser is silenced. You will notice it soon. You will speak in rooms where you used to shrink. You will try again in areas where you had quietly given up. This is not a change in personality. It is the sound of your true self, unburied. And when the old voice creeps back, because it will attempt a return, do not argue with it in your own strength. Answer it the way I answered in the wilderness, with what is written. It is written that nothing can separate you from my love. It is written that no weapon formed against you will prosper. It is written that the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Put the sword in your mouth, and the liar will not stay to hear the end of the verse. You have lived under a false verdict long enough. Consider it overturned this day. The court of heaven does not echo the accusations of your past. It echoes the blood that answered them. Walk out of the cell. The door was unlocked the moment mercy spoke, and mercy has been speaking over you since before you knew to listen. Now let me show you the architecture of your struggle, because your battles have not been scattered and random. They have been concentrated at 3 doors. 3 areas of your life have stood locked while you knocked and pushed and wept on the threshold. Provision, companionship, purpose. I am going to speak to each one, and as I speak, hear the sound of iron giving way. The first locked door is provision. You have worked harder than most and held less than many, and the arithmetic of it has never made sense to you. Money arrived and evaporated. Opportunities ripened and then rotted a day before your hand could reach them. You began to suspect that something was set against you, and in this, you were not imagining things. But hear what that lock could not do. It could not make you dishonest. You were squeezed for years and never once decided that cheating was the answer. It could not make you stingy either. Even in lack, you shared. Do you understand how rare that is? A person who stays generous while empty has passed a test that most who are full will never even sit for. That test is over. I am opening the door of provision, and I will open it in ways you did not engineer, so that you will know the hand behind it was mine. Watch for provision that arrives without your striving. Watch for the debt that shrinks faster than the numbers say it should. Watch for the idea that comes to you in an ordinary hour and turns out to carry your increase inside it. When these things unfold, do not call them luck. Call them by their name: faithfulness. The second locked door is companionship. This lock has been the most painful because it made you conclude that the problem was you. You attracted takers and repelled the steady ones, or so it seemed. You sat in gatherings and felt like a stranger at your own table. You know how to be alone in a crowded room. That is a skill no one should have to learn as well as you learned it. Here is what was true behind the veil. Some of that isolation was protection. There were bonds that looked appealing which would have chained you to smallness, and I kept them from closing around you. And some of the loneliness was seasonal, the emptiness of a field between plantings. The field is not barren, it was resting before the seed. Now I am sending companions suited to who you are becoming, not who you were. They will recognize you quickly. There will be an ease in their presence that you stopped believing was possible. They will speak to the strength in you rather than feeding on it. And when they come, receive them without suspicion. Not everyone carries a hidden knife. The ones I send carry bread. But make room. This is your part at the second door. There are connections in your life that empty you by the hour, voices that leave you smaller after every conversation. I am not asking you to hate anyone. I am asking you to stop watering what I have uprooted. Release what drains you gently and without drama, and the vacancy will fill with what I have prepared. A hand that clutches old stones cannot close around new treasure. The third locked door is purpose, and this is the lock the enemy defended most fiercely. You have felt it your whole life, the sense of being made for something you could not name. It visited you at odd moments, in the middle of ordinary work, a homesickness for a place you have never been. Then it faded, and the fading hurt worse than the longing. You concluded you were foolish to want more. You were not foolish. That longing was the compass needle of your calling, trembling toward its true north. The lock on this door was never able to remove your purpose. It could only delay your entrance. And a delayed entrance, my child, often means a grander room. Moses carried his calling 40 years in a wilderness before the bush burned. The calling did not expire in the desert. It matured there. The man who finally stood before Pharaoh could not have stood there at 20, full of his own strength. What you call your wasted years were the slow forging of a person who can carry weight without being crushed by it. So the third door is opening now, and this is how you will know. Assignments will find you. Needs will rise in front of you that match the exact shape of your gifting, as a lock matches its key. You will do something that feels almost easy, and others we'll call it remarkable. Pay attention when that happens. Ease plus fruitfulness is one of the surest signs that you are standing inside your design. And do not assume your assignment must look grand to be great. Some callings stand before multitudes. Most stand in doorways, kitchens, workrooms, and quiet conversations at the right hour. A single sentence spoken to the right soul at the right moment can outweigh years of applause. I measure greatness by obedience and by love, not by audience. If I hand you something that looks small, handle it as holy anyway. Small in your eyes has never once meant small in mine. Do not demand the whole blueprint at once. I do not hand out complete maps, because a person with a map stops holding the guide's hand. I will give you the next step, and light enough for it. When you take it, the step after that will appear. This is how the whole road will unfold, one obedience at a time, until you look back astonished at the distance covered. 3 doors, 1 key. The key has never been your effort, your connections, or your flawless record. The key is trust, turned by the hand of the one who owns the house. You have spent years studying the locks. Lift your eyes now to the locksmith. The scraping sound you hear in your spirit today is real. It is the sound of things opening that no man will be able to shut. Hear now what I am releasing, because the opening of doors is only the beginning. A door is an invitation. What passes through it is the inheritance, and I am sending through those open doors 4 things: healing, restoration, favor, and peace. Listen closely to each, because you will want to recognize them when they arrive. First, healing. I am speaking to your body, the faithful servant that has carried you through every one of these years and absorbed the cost of every worry. Stress has taxed it. Grief has taken up residence in its muscles and its sleep. Some of what troubles your flesh began in your sorrows, and as I heal the sorrow, the body will follow. I am also speaking to conditions that have resisted every remedy. I made every fiber of you, and nothing in you is beyond my reach. Strength you assumed was gone for good will begin returning in quiet increments. You will notice one day that you climbed the stairs without the old heaviness, that you slept through the night, that the ache you had accepted as permanent has grown strangely quiet. Receive these as what they are: my hand at work in your frame. And healing is more than the body. There are rooms in your memory you have kept locked because entering them costs too much. I do not heal by erasing. I heal by entering those rooms with you until you can stand in them without bleeding. The day is coming when you will tell of your worst season with steadiness in your voice. Not because it stopped mattering, but because it stopped ruling. Second, restoration. Someone who walked out of your story is going to reach back toward it. An apology you stopped waiting for is being formed in a heart that has finally seen its own fault. When it comes, you will have a choice, and I will help you make it wisely, because restoration is not the same as returning to what harmed you. Understand this clearly. Not every broken bond is meant to be rebuilt. Some endings were my mercy, and reopening them would only reopen wounds. But the bonds I ordained, the ones threaded with purpose, those I will mend, and the mended bond will hold more weight than the original. Trust me to sort the one from the other. I have never confused the two. Third, favor. This one you will notice in the response of the world around you. Places that dismissed you will reconsider. People in authority will look at you twice, and the second look will hold something new. Answers that used to be no will soften into yes, and you will not be able to point to anything you did differently. That is the mark of favor, outcomes that outrun explanations. Favor is not fairness. Fairness gives you what you earned. Favor gives you what I decree. Joseph earned a prison sentence he did not deserve, and favor made him governor in an afternoon. One day of favor can repay years of unfairness, and I specialize in exactly that arithmetic. Do not spend the coming season keeping score against the past. The repayment will not come from the people who owe you. It will come from me, and my rates are generous. Fourth, peace. Not the fragile pause between problems that the world calls peace, but the settled deep that holds even while storms argue overhead. This peace does not wait for circumstances to improve. It moves in first and renovates from within. You will feel it as a strange calm in situations that used to unravel you completely. Others will notice it before you do. They will ask what changed, and you will find you cannot fully explain it. That is how you will know it came from me, because you did not build it. Now, a word about how these 4 gifts travel. They rarely arrive with trumpets. Heaven's deliveries are usually quiet at the door. A conversation that turns unexpectedly warm. A letter with news you did not dare expect. A morning when the dread is simply absent. The proud miss their miracles waiting for spectacle. Be the one who recognizes me in the ordinary envelope. And a word about timing. These releases have already left the storehouse. Some are close, some are routed through events that have not yet happened, and a few are being held back by nothing except the readiness of other people. I'm still moving into position. Do not interpret the interval as refusal. A ship already launched is not a ship denied, even while it is still out of sight of the harbor. While you wait for what is in transit, steward what has landed. Thank me for the first small signs instead of holding your gratitude hostage until the full sum arrives. Gratitude is not merely politeness. It is the acknowledgement that widens the channel. The one who is faithful over little is the one to whom much can be safely sent, and I am watching how you handle the first fruits. There is one more gift folded inside the other 4, and it may be the greatest. As healing, restoration, favor, and peace do their work, you will begin to like the person you are becoming. The self-reproach that hummed beneath your days will fade. You will catch your reflection in a window and not flinch. My beloved, I have waited a long time for you to see what I see. That sight is part of the inheritance too. Declare, I receive it, if you are ready to take hold of what heaven is releasing over your life. Let those words stand as your signature on everything I have just spoken. Heaven treats such declarations seriously, more seriously than you know. The moment you spoke, something was sealed. Now stay with me, because I must prepare you for what comes next, and not all of it will be gentle. Great releases attract great resistance, and I want you armed before it arrives. What I have released you must now walk in, and walking requires instruction. Heaven has done what only heaven can do. There remains a part that belongs to you, and I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. Grace is free, but it is not passive. The sea parted for Israel, yet they still had to march across the floor of it. The first instruction is this: move before you see. Faith that waits for proof is not faith. It is spectating. Abraham packed and left for a land he could not have found on any map of his own making. Peter put his weight on water while the water was still behaving like water. The promise I have spoken over you will meet you in motion. Take the step you have been postponing, the conversation, the beginning, the request, the risk. Small is fine, delayed is not. The second instruction: govern your mouth. Your words are not commentary on your life. They are agents in it. Out of the same mouth can come agreement with my promise or agreement with your fear, and whichever you speak, you strengthen. From this day let your speech take my side. When lack shouts, answer with provision. When dread mutters, answer with my record which is long and unbroken. I am not asking you to deny difficulty. I'm asking you to stop prophesying against yourself. The third instruction, guard what you take in. You have a gate, and you are its keeper. Voices of despair will ask to lodge in your thoughts, some from ill-meaning people, some from the general noise of a fearful world. You cannot silence the noise, but you decide what gets a room for the night. Fill your inner house with what is true, noble, and full of hope. A mind fed on fear will starve the strongest faith. A mind fed on truth becomes very hard to defeat. The fourth instruction, keep the conversation open between us, not ceremony, conversation. Speak to me while you work, while you walk, while you wait in the tedious middle of ordinary days. Bring me the small things. Nothing that concerns you is beneath me. Prayer is not a lever you pull to extract outcomes. It is the current that keeps your heart in my presence, and hearts kept in my presence do not easily lose their way. Now I must speak plainly about resistance, because I warn those I love. When a captive is set free, the captor notices. As my releases unfold in your life, opposition will make an appearance. Expect discouragement to arrive wearing familiar faces, some who question your hope, some who mock it, some whose doubt sounds almost reasonable. Expect small crises timed with strange precision, disruptions that seem designed to fall on the eve of your progress. They are designed. That is exactly the point. Do not be alarmed by any of this, and do not read it as evidence that the promise failed. Read it correctly. Thieves do not gather at empty houses. The intensity of the interference is a measure of the value of what you now carry. When the resistance comes, it is not a sign that you took a wrong turn. It is often the surest sign that you took the right one. And remember who stands with you in it. I have set a hedge around you that was not voted on and cannot be lobbied. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Formed, yes. Prosper, no. Schemes will be drafted and will die in the drafting. Words will be spoken against you and will fall to the ground without a harvest. Your part in the battle is smaller than you think. Stand firm, keep your peace, and refuse to hand over your confidence. The rest of the war is mine, and I have never lost. Let me also warn you about a subtler enemy than any attack: the drift back to old patterns. After enough years, even a cage can feel like shelter, and there will be moments when the new territory feels so unfamiliar that the old smallness whispers an invitation home. Do not accept it. Lot's wife looked back at a burning past and became a monument to hesitation. Set your eyes forward. The unfamiliar is not the unsafe. It is simply the shape of a future you have not memorized yet. Practice expectation as a discipline. Rise in the morning with the assumption that I am already at work in the day ahead of you. Expectation is not arrogance. It is the posture of a child who knows the character of the Father. Those who expect nothing sleep through their own answered prayers. Those who watch see. I would have you among the watchers. Practice gratitude the same way, especially on the days when evidence is thin. Thank me in advance the way farmers thank the sky before the rain, because they know the season even when the ground is still dry. Gratitude spoken before the answer is the highest compliment faith can pay. It tells heaven you trust the character of the promiser more than you need the sight of the promise. And practice rest. This one will surprise you, but hear it. Exhaustion is not a badge of faithfulness. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I did not exempt you from it. Some of what you call anxiety is simply weariness wearing a costume. Sleep without guilt. Be still without earning it. The work that matters most in your life right now is work only I can do, and I do not require your worry as a contribution. One more instruction, and it may be the hardest. Forgive. Not because they deserve it. Some do not. Not because the wound was small. It was not. Forgive, because unforgiveness is a chain with one end around your own wrist, and everything I am leading you toward requires your hands free. You do not have to trust them again. You do not have to explain it to anyone. Just hand me the debt, and let me be the judge I have always been. The moment you release it, you will feel the difference in your steps. These are your orders for the season, and none of them is beyond you. Move before you see. Speak life. Guard the gate. Stay in conversation with me. Stand when resistance comes. Look forward, expect, give thanks, rest, and forgive. Do these, and the releases I have spoken will not merely visit your life. They will settle in it and build. Now lift your head, because I am about to close this word the way a king closes a decree, with a seal and a sending. Everything I have spoken over you in this hour is now in motion. The doors are opening. The releases are in transit. The accuser's verdict is overturned. What remains is for you to cross the threshold, and I will not send you across it empty-handed or alone. In the days just ahead, watch for the first sign. I tell you this so that when it comes, you will not explain it away. It may be modest, a message from an unexpected quarter, a kindness with no visible cause, a provision that arrives sideways through a door you were not watching. The first sign is rarely the largest. It is the handshake before the covenant, my way of saying, you heard correctly. After the first sign, confirmations will begin to gather. Different voices will say the same thing to you without knowing each other. Circumstances will rhyme with what I have spoken here. You will open the scriptures at random and find them oddly specific to your situation. When it happens once, you may call it chance. When it keeps happening, call it what it is. A father making himself unmistakable to a child he is leading somewhere new. Then will come the season of building, and I want you sober about it. New seasons are not endless mornings. There will still be work, still be weather, still be days that feel like the old days. The difference is not that difficulty vanishes. The difference is that difficulty stops being in charge. You will meet obstacles as a person under assignment meets them, as things to be moved through, not verdicts to live under. That shift, quiet as it sounds, changes everything it touches. As you walk, remember that you are becoming an answer to other people's prayers. This is part of the purpose I unlocked. Near you, this very week, is someone standing where you stood, worn thin, wondering if anyone sees, close to setting the whole thing down. You will recognize the look because you wore it. When you do, speak. Tell them the night ends. Tell them what you know now from the inside. Comfort travels with a special authority when it comes from someone who needed it first, and I am entrusting you with that authority. Do not underestimate what your endurance has already preached. People watched you go through what should have leveled you, and they watched you still be standing on the other side. Some of them drew conclusions about me from the way you survived. You were a letter you did not know you were writing. In the season ahead, I will let you read some of the replies, and hear this about the ones you love, the ones you have carried in prayer through all these years. I have not been idly listening to those prayers. I have been working in lives you cannot supervise, softening ground you cannot reach, arranging encounters you could not engineer. Some of the answers will surface in the season ahead, and a few will astonish you. Keep carrying them. No prayer offered in love is ever wasted labor. Let me also settle you about the past one final time. You will be tempted, even in the good days ahead, to grieve the years the locks were on the doors. When that grief comes, bring it to me, but do not let it write the story. I am the God who restores what was eaten and repays what was stolen. And my restorations are not refunds, they are multiplications. The years ahead of you can hold more than the years behind you lost. Believe that, and the past loses its power to tax the future. Now receive my blessing, because I do not end this word with instructions. I end it with benediction. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper past explanation. I bless your going out and your coming in. May every road rise to meet your assignment. I bless your table. May it never lack bread, and may it always have room for the guest I send. I bless your sleep. May it be deep, and may your waking thoughts reach for me before they reach for worry. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly. I bless your ears, that my voice would stand out from the noise all your days. I bless your heart, the brave, patched, persistent heart that kept beating hope when hope was expensive. It will not be put to shame. And I bless the ones you love. May the goodness that finds you overflow its banks and water every life joined to yours. Carry this hour with you. When the old heaviness attempts a return, come back to what I have said and read it aloud to your own soul, the way David strengthened himself in me when everything at Ziklag was ashes. A word from me doesn't expire between hearings. It will be as alive next month as it is this moment, because I do not speak in fading ink. And remember, above every promise, the promiser. More than the open doors, I give you myself. I am with you when the signs are frequent, and with you in the quiet stretches between them. I am with you in the room where you pray, and in the rooms where you forget to. There is no hour of your future that I have not already entered ahead of you, and no future hour where you will look for me and find me absent. You came to this moment carrying questions, and I have answered the deepest one. You were never forgotten. You were being kept, prepared, and positioned, and the keeping is complete. The season of the locked doors is behind you. The season of the open ones has begun. Walk into it the way loved people walk, unhurried, unafraid, and sure of the arm beside them. Go now with my peace, resting on you like a garment. Go with my favor moving ahead of you into every room. Go with my word alive in your chest, and let it be louder than every voice that ever told you less. I have loved you with an everlasting love, and everlasting means this day and tomorrow, and every step of the long, bright road I have prepared. This is my word over you, and it will not return to me empty. It will accomplish everything I sent it to do in your life. I have spoken, and heaven stands behind every syllable. The rest of your story starts now, and I am in it, from this line to the last. If you believe this word was meant for you, seal it now and declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready."
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, something happened last night, and you do not know about it yet. While you slept, I was moving. While the house grew quiet and your thoughts finally loosened their grip, my hand was at work in matters you could not see. I did not wake you because the work was mine to do. But I am telling you now, because you were never meant to walk on unaware. Listen closely, for what I say next is meant for you alone. You felt something pull at you just now, a quiet tug that made you pause. That pull was not random. It was my spirit reaching for yours, the same way I have reached for you many times before. On most days, the noise of life swallowed my call before it could land. Today you stopped. Today you are listening, and heaven takes notice when you listen. Last night there were plans forming around you that carried harm inside them. You never saw them. They wore ordinary faces and moved in ordinary ways, which is why they were dangerous. But I saw every detail, and I stepped in. I shifted what needed shifting. I closed what needed closing. I turned aside a path that would have cost you dearly, and I did it while you rested because I do not need your strength in order to protect you. Perhaps you felt restless in the night. Perhaps your heart raced without reason, or a heaviness settled over you that you could not name. That was not weakness, and it was not your imagination. Something was being contested in the unseen, and your name was at the center of it. I did not allow it to reach you. I stood between you and what was moving toward your life, and I stopped it before it arrived. I am telling you this for a reason. You have been asking me quietly for a sign. In the middle of your ordinary days, you have wondered whether I still see you, whether your prayers rise any higher than the ceiling, whether your path still matters to me. You have carried that question longer than you have admitted to anyone. Hear my answer now. I see you. I hear you. And last night I acted for you without being asked, because my care for you does not wait for your permission. Do not brush this moment aside. There's a real danger in walking away from what I am showing you, not because I would punish you, but because awareness changes everything. When you know that my hand is on your life, you walk differently. You choose differently. You stop bowing to fear as if it ruled you. But when you stay unaware, you keep wandering through your days as though you were alone, and you were never alone. Not for 1 hour of your life. I know what this past season has taken out of you. I know the weight you carry when you rise in the morning and the heavier weight you set down at night. You have held yourself together in front of others while quietly coming apart in private. You have answered, "I am fine," with a steady voice and an unsteady heart. My child, I was not fooled and I was not far. Every hidden struggle unfolded in front of my eyes. You were never intended to carry all of this by yourself. That was never my design for you. Yet somewhere along the way, you learned to trust your own grip more than my hands. You learned to expect little, so that disappointment could not find you. You learned to stay busy, so the deeper questions could not catch you. I have watched these habits form, and I have waited for the right moment to interrupt them. This is that moment. What happened last night was an interruption of my mercy. I broke a pattern that has been quietly steering your life. You have repeated certain cycles for years, trusting what looked familiar, returning to what felt known, even when it left you empty. I saw where that road was leading. I saw the version of your future that would have formed if nothing changed. And because I love you, I refused to let it stand. So I moved with force and with precision. Some things in your life are about to feel different, and I want you to understand why before the changes confuse you. Certain doors will not open again, no matter how you knock. Certain people will feel distant, though you cannot point to a single quarrel. Certain desires that once drove you will grow strangely quiet. None of this is loss. All of it is my hand clearing the ground for what I am building next. I am not asking you to understand everything tonight. I am asking you to stay with me through these words, because each truth I speak will build on the one before it. You are standing at a turning point, my beloved. One road continues the life you have been surviving. The other opens into the life I have been preparing. The difference between them is not effort, it is trust. Hear this clearly. I am not angry with you. I have not been keeping a record of your failures to read back to you. If distance grew between us, it was not because I withdrew. I have been speaking all along in the stillness before dawn, in the sudden ache of longing you could not explain, in the strange peace that found you on your hardest days. You are hearing me now because your heart is finally quiet enough to receive what I have wanted to say for a long time. So let these words settle deep. Last night was real. The protection was real. The battle you never saw was real, and so was the victory. You are waking up today inside a life that was defended while you slept. That truth alone should change the way you stand, the way you breathe, the way you face whatever this day brings. If your heart believes that I am speaking to you now, declare your amen. Now let me show you what I removed, so you will not mourn what was never meant to stay. There was a door in front of you that looked promising. From where you stood, it seemed like relief, like progress, like the answer you had waited for. But I could see behind it, and behind it was a slow draining of your peace. It would have taken from you quietly, month after month, and given back just enough to keep you from leaving. I shut that door, my child. Do not stand at it grieving. Thank me at it instead and walk on. There was also a person near you whose intentions were not what they appeared. Their words were warm. Their manner was kind. But I saw what moved beneath the surface, and it was not for your good. I began creating distance between you before their influence could sink roots into your soul. You may have already sensed the space growing and wondered what you did wrong. You did nothing wrong. That distance is mine. Do not chase it closed again. I know how this sounds to a heart that hates losing people. You replay conversations. You search your own words for the mistake. You wonder if one more attempt, one more apology, one more soft answer might restore what is fading. My beloved, some things fade because I am letting them fade. Not everyone who started this journey beside you is able to walk where I am taking you. Some knew the person you were and quietly need you to stay that person. I will not let your future be held prisoner by their comfort. And those delays that have frustrated you, the ones that made you feel forgotten or passed over, look at them again with new eyes. Every one of them was placed with care. You thought the slow seasons meant I had stopped working. In truth, I was working most in the seasons that looked most still. Arrivals have their appointed hours. If I had let you move when you wanted to move, you would have arrived before the way was safe. The timing you fought against was the very thing shielding you. There is a hard word I must speak now, and I speak it in love. What I removed last night must not be invited back. Some of what I take away will attempt to return, wearing new promises, speaking softer words, appearing at exactly the moment you feel lonely or tired. It will look changed. It rarely is. When it comes knocking, remember this hour. Remember that I closed that door with my own hand, and I do not close doors carelessly. You must also release what you have been holding against others. I see the resentment you keep in a back room of your heart, tended quietly, visited when old wounds ache. You believe it protects you. It does not protect you. It binds you to the very moments that hurt you, and it keeps a portion of your strength locked in the past where it can do no good. Bring it to me. You do not have to pretend the wound never happened. You only have to stop carrying the one who caused it on your back. Release your grip on control as well. You have tried to manage every outcome, to plan against every possible sorrow, to hold your world together with watchfulness and worry. I understand why. Life taught you early that if you did not hold things, they fell. But my child, you were holding what I never asked you to hold. Security does not come from your grip. It comes from my faithfulness. Loosen your hands and you will find they are finally free to receive. Consider what I am telling you about this new season. What is truly from me will not confuse you. It will not drain you dry and call it love. It will not make you beg for scraps of peace. When I bring something into your life, it comes with a settled quality, a rightness you can feel without forcing. That is how you will tell my provision apart from the counterfeits. The counterfeit demands your anxiety. My provision asks only for your trust. In the coming days, watch how things begin to shift. The conversation will land differently than it would have a month ago. A worry that circled your mind for years will simply lose its voice. An old temptation will look strangely small, like a giant seen from a distance. These are not accidents. These are the visible edges of the unseen work I completed last night, surfacing one by one into your days. Watch, too, how you begin to see people clearly. I am sharpening your discernment, not to make you suspicious, but to make you wise. You will notice who celebrates your growth and who merely tolerates it. You will feel the difference between those who pour into you and those who only draw from you. Do not use this clarity as a weapon. Use it as a map. Let it show you where to invest your heart and where to guard it. None of this requires you to confront anyone or to announce anything. The changes I make do not need your defense. Stay quiet, stay steady, and let what I am doing unfold at its own pace. Your task is not to manage this transition. Your task is to trust the one who authored it. I have never yet begun a work in you that I failed to finish, and I will not begin now. So stand at the edge of this new season without looking backward. What lies behind you had its time. Some of it taught you. Some of it wounded you. All of it has now released you, whether it meant to or not. The road ahead is cleaner than the road behind because I have swept it myself. Walk it without dragging the past behind you like a chain. If you trust my hand over what stays and what goes, let your amen rise now. Now I must speak to you about the divided place where you have been living. Part of you leans toward me. Part of you keeps one hand on the old life just in case. You pray, but you also hedge. You believe, but you also brace for disappointment. My child, I have honored your freedom through every season of this wavering, but I will not pretend it costs you nothing. A divided heart receives a divided portion. There are blessings assigned to your name that have waited, not because I withheld them, but because they require both of your hands, and one of yours has been full. I am not asking for a corner of your life. I am asking for the whole of it. Not because I hunger for control, but because halfway surrender produces halfway peace. And I want you whole. Think of what you have gained from the things you trusted instead of me. The busyness gave you no rest. The approval of others fed you for an evening and left you hungry by morning. The careful plans could not hold back a single storm. You have tested every other refuge. I am the only one that has never fallen. Full commitment is not a feeling. It is a decision made in an ordinary moment that turns every moment after it. It sounds like this. Whatever you ask, my answer is yes before I hear the question. It looks like obeying the quiet prompting even when it costs you comfort. It looks like bringing me the first of your attention, the first of your trust, the first of what your hands have earned, instead of whatever remains at the end. And here is where I will test the soil of your heart not with words, but with an act. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Understand what has always been true about an altar. It was never a place of loss. It was a meeting place, the ground where trust became visible. When my servant Abraham climbed the mountain with his son, he was not proving his love to me with words. He laid the dearest thing he had on the stones, and in that moment of open hands, he discovered that I myself would provide. The provision was already waiting on the mountain. It always is. But it is only ever found by those who climb. I have watched fear counsel you about your provision for years. Fear tells you to hold everything tightly, to measure what is left, to treat every act of generosity as a threat to your survival. Fear does its arithmetic and always arrives at the same answer. Not yet, not now, not this much. But fear has never once fed you, my child. I have fed you. Through every lean season you have ever survived, the bread kept arriving, the way kept opening, and you are still here. That was not luck. That was me. The widow at Zarephath had a handful of flour and a little oil and a famine at her door. When my prophet asked her to make him bread first, everything sensible in her said no. She gave anyway from the very bottom of her lack, and from that day the flour did not run out and the oil did not run dry. I did not multiply what she kept. I multiplied what she released. This is a law of my kingdom that the fearful never discover. The seed held in the hand stays a seed forever. Only the seed that leaves the hand becomes a field. So examine what you are still gripping and ask yourself an honest question. Is it provision, or has it quietly become a substitute for me? Whatever you cannot release has begun to rule you. I do not want your resources nearly as much as I want your freedom, and this is the narrow door to it. When your hands learn to open, your whole life learns to open. Trust moves from being a word you say to a weight you have actually placed somewhere. After the releasing comes the receiving, and I want you to receive without guilt. You have sometimes treated your own hopes as if they were greedy, as if wanting a full life offended me. It does not offend me. I planted those hopes. The harvest I am preparing for you is not a bare survival. It is enough and then more than enough, so that your life becomes a channel and not a container. I bless you to make you a blessing. That has been the pattern since I first called Abraham out of his father's land. But hear me carefully. Do not give in order to bargain with me. I am not a merchant, and heaven is not a marketplace. Give because you have decided fear will no longer sit in the counting room of your life. Give because you have finally believed that I am your source, and every other stream flows from that one river. The act matters because of what it breaks and what it declares, not because I need what is in your hand. The whole earth is already mine. What I am after, and what I have always been after, is your heart, resting at last in my faithfulness. This is the commitment I am drawing you into, complete and unhedged. Not a season of trying harder, but a life with both hands finally free. Everything I still intend to tell you tonight rests on this foundation, so let it settle in you before we go on. The one who asks for your whole trust is the same one who defended you in the dark last night while you slept. I have already shown you what my faithfulness looks like. Now I am inviting you to answer it with yours. There is something I have wanted to say to you for a long time, and it concerns the battles no one ever saw. Others looked at your steady face and assumed your life was easy. They saw you show up, keep your word, carry your load, and they never guessed what it cost. But I watched the hours behind the hours. I watched you lie awake doing quiet arithmetic with worries. I watched you gather yourself in small rooms before walking out to be strong for everyone else. None of it escaped me. Not one hidden hour. Heaven keeps a different ledger than earth keeps. Earth records the visible, titles, victories, applause. Heaven records the concessions no one thanked you for, the honest choice made when a dishonest one would have been easier, the forgiveness you extended before it was ever requested. By earth's ledger you may feel unremarkable. By mine you have been quietly faithful in ways that many celebrated people never were. I measure by the heart, and your heart has carried more weight with less complaint than you give it credit for. You held your ground when leaving would have been simple. You kept your principles when bending them would have paid better. You stayed kind in seasons that gave you every excuse to turn hard. Do you understand what that kind of endurance does in the unseen realm? Quiet, steady trust is not a small force. It unsettles darkness more than loud declarations ever could. The shadows do not fear noise, my child. They fear a soul that keeps believing in the dark. Think of iron in the forge. The smith does not hate the metal when he holds it in the fire. He is not punishing it. He is driving out the brittleness, the impurities, everything that would make the blade snap under pressure on the day it matters. Then comes the hammer, blow after blow, each one placed with intention. To the iron it must feel like ruin. To the smith it is the making. You have been in that fire and you have felt those blows, and I will tell you what the smith could tell you. Nothing about this process has been careless. You are being made fit for use. The trials you walked through were never a verdict on your worth. Do not read your hardships as evidence that you are cursed or overlooked. Read them honestly. Some came from a broken world, some from the choices of others, some from the adversary's schemes against a life that threatens him. But mark this, all of them passed through my hands first, and everything permitted was measured. You were never given more than could be redeemed, and every ounce of it is being turned, even now, toward your strength and your usefulness. That is why the opposition against you grew loudest right before this hour. Have you noticed? The confusion thickened, the setbacks clustered together, the discouragement pressed in from every side at once. Darkness does not waste its effort on empty ground, my child. No one ambushes a wagon that carries nothing. The intensity of the resistance is itself a testimony to the weight of what you carry. The adversary is not fighting your past. He has read the direction of your path and it frightens him. So let me reframe the struggle you are in. The pressure you feel is not the sign of a closed heaven. It is the tremor that comes just before ground breaks open. When resistance rises to its loudest, it is almost always because a hold is slipping. Something that has claimed territory in your life senses its lease has ended. Its noise is not power, it is protest. The truly powerful do not need to shout, and I, who hold every outcome, am speaking to you in a calm and steady voice. And now the word I most want to leave in you. Stop trying to prove yourself. You have spent years auditioning for love that should have been given freely. You learned to earn your place, to justify your presence, to be useful enough that no one would leave. Set that burden down. Your worth was settled when I formed you, and no performance can add to it, and no failure can subtract from it. The people who require you to perform were never offering love. They were offering a wage. I kept some of your best work hidden from human eyes on purpose. You wondered why your faithfulness went unnoticed, why others were praised for less than you quietly did. Here is why. I would not let your soul learn to feed on applause. Recognition that comes too early makes a person hollow. They spend their lives chasing the sound of it. I was building in you something sturdier, a faithfulness that holds even when no one is looking, because that is the only kind that holds at all. You are stronger now than you have ever been, though you feel wearier than you have ever felt. Do not confuse tiredness with weakness. The soldier limping home from a won battle is tired. He is not weak. He is proven. Your weariness is the honest cost of battles that were real, and it will be restored to you. What was forged in you through all of it, the endurance, the discernment, the humility, the depth, that will not be taken from you. It is yours now, tempered and permanent. So lift your head, my precious child, not in pride, but in recognition of what has actually happened here. You went into the fire as one kind of person, and you are emerging as another. The next season will not require you to become someone new. It will simply give the person you have already become a place to stand. The making is nearly complete. What follows the forge is not more fire. What follows the forge is purpose. Now I must lift your eyes beyond your own doorstep, because the days ahead concern more than your private world. A season of shaking is approaching, and I want you prepared, not alarmed. Much that people have leaned on will prove unable to bear weight. Arrangements that seem permanent will bend. Certainties that were never true. Certainties will come apart at the seams. Many will be caught off guard, grasping for handholds that crumble as they touch them. But you, my child, are being told in advance, and that changes what this season will mean for you. Understand why shaking comes. It is not cruelty, and it is not chaos escaping my grip. When I shake what can be shaken, it is so that what cannot be shaken will finally stand out plainly. People discover what their lives are actually resting on only when the ground moves. Some will find painfully that they built on sand, but those who built on rock will find something unexpected in the trembling. Their footing holds. The storm that exposes one foundation confirms the other. I intend for you to be among the confirmed. Your steadiness will not come from predicting events. It will come from nearness to me. This is the heart of everything I am asking of you in the coming days. Stay close. Not close in the way of an occasional visit, but close in the way of a shared table, a daily walk, a conversation that never fully ends. Speak with me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Return to me in the evening with what the day left behind. Elaborate words are unnecessary. Come as a child comes to a father, plainly and often. When you live near to me like this, something forms in you that the world cannot manufacture, an inner quiet that does not depend on outer calm. While others are troubled, you will find your thoughts strangely composed. While others rush from one loud answer to the next, you will feel an unhurried knowing about which way to step. This is not because you are cleverer than they are. It is because you are listening to a voice that sees the whole road, while they navigate by the few feet in front of them. And I will guide you through this season in simple, practical ways. There will be moments when I prompt you to act quickly, and hesitation would cost you. This is why I have been sharpening your hearing. There will be moments when I hold you still while everything urges you to run, and your stillness will save you. Learn now, in the small things, to move when I say move and wait when I say wait. The one who obeys in quiet seasons does not have to guess in loud ones. Watch also for my confirmations along the way. When you are walking rightly, I will leave signs for you, not spectacles, but quiet alignments. A word arriving at the exact hour you need it. A stranger's sentence answering the very question you asked me in private. A provision appearing just as its need appears. Not sooner, not later. Collect these moments and remember them, because they will steady you in stretches where the path goes dark and you must walk by what you have seen before. Let me also caution you about voices in a shaking season. When ground trembles, prophets multiply, and not all of them carry my words. Fear will preach with great confidence. Panic will dress itself as wisdom. You will hear urgent voices insisting that all is lost and clever voices selling shortcuts out of the storm. Test every voice by its fruit. My voice steadies, it never stampedes. My voice convicts, but it never condemns. Anything that drives you by terror is not from me, no matter whose mouth it borrows. Guard your peace as a soldier guards a gate, because in the coming days, peace will be the scarcest treasure in circulation, and everything will try to tax it. Not every burden that asks for your shoulders should be lifted. Not every quarrel that invites you deserves your presence. Not every alarm that sounds requires your fear. You are permitted to be untroubled in a troubled hour. This is not indifference to the world. It is trust in the one who holds it. And do not fear for those you love. I know they travel with you in every prayer, that half your worry has their names on it. Hear me. My reach does not end at the borders of your influence. The same eye that watched over you last night watches over them tonight. Pray for them, love them. Speak truth to them when the door opens, and then entrust them to hands stronger than yours. Your worry adds nothing to their protection. Your prayers add much. There is a role for you in this season beyond your own survival. When the shaking comes, steady people become shelters. Your composure will be a place where the frightened catch their breath. Your quiet certainty will raise questions in others that only truth can answer. You do not need to argue anyone into believing. You need only to stand visibly unshaken and be ready to say, when they ask you how, that you are held by a hand they cannot yet see. This is why the preparation had to come first, all of it. The fire and the pruning and the long silences you misread as absence. Shelters must be built before storms, not during them. Everything I have worked into you was measured against the weather I could see coming. You are not entering this season fragile, my beloved. You are entering it fitted, tested, and accompanied. Whatever the days ahead hold, they will find you standing, because the one who holds you does not let go. If you believe I will keep you steady through every shaking, speak your amen aloud. Let me tell you now what I am restoring, because removal was only half of last night's work. While I was clearing harmful things from your path, I was also reaching into the quiet places of your heart, where certain lights had gone dim. Chief among them was hope. Somewhere along the years, your hope learned to keep its voice down. It had been disappointed enough times that it stopped announcing itself, stopped expecting, stopped asking. You called this realism. I called it a wound. And last night I began to mend it. You will feel this mending before you can explain it. In the coming days, a strange optimism will surface at odd moments, and you will almost argue with it out of habit. Do not argue with it. That rising feeling is not naivety returning. It is hope, healed, and walking again. Let it speak at full voice. A soul that expects nothing receives little, not because I am stingy, but because closed hands and closed hearts cannot take hold of what is offered. I am reopening yours. I am also restoring your energy. Much of your tiredness was never about the hours you kept. It came from carrying silent loads, managing others' opinions, bracing against possibilities, feeding connections that only ever consumed. Now that I have cut several of those hidden drains, you will notice strength returning that no rest had been able to give you. Things that once exhausted you will simply cost less. That surplus is not an accident. I am returning your strength to you so you can spend it on what actually matters. Your thoughts will change as well. For years, your mind has run like a house with too many doors open, every wind blowing through at once. I am closing doors. You will notice worries that circled for years beginning to fall quiet, not because their subjects vanished, but because their power did. In the new stillness, you will hear yourself think clearly, perhaps for the first time in a long while. Ideas will come to you with unusual completeness. Decisions that once took you weeks of agonizing will resolve in days, then in hours. This is what an untangled mind feels like. It is part of your inheritance, and I am handing it back. With the clearing comes a new opportunity, and I want you to recognize it when it arrives. It will not announce itself with noise. It will likely look modest at first, even ordinary, the way great things in my kingdom usually begin. A mustard seed does not look like a tree, but you will know it by its atmosphere. It will bring a settled sense of rightness rather than a fever of urgency. It will fit who you have become, not who you used to be. And it will ask for your faithfulness, not your frenzy. Here is the rule of discernment I want you to carry from this hour forward, because it will serve you for the rest of your life. What comes from my hand brings peace, even when it brings challenge. What comes from elsewhere brings agitation, even when it brings pleasure. My assignments may stretch you, but they will not fracture you. My doors may require courage, but they will never require you to abandon your conscience, silence your discernment, or become someone you are ashamed of. When you stand before any choice, consult the peace. It knows the way home. Do not be troubled if this opportunity ripens slowly. I build to last, and lasting things are not rushed. You have seen what becomes of sudden towers raised on shallow ground. That is not what I am building with your life. Every stage will come at its proper hour, and each stage will prepare you for the next. Your part is neither to push nor to drag your feet, but to keep pace with me. Walk when I walk, rest when I rest. The journey itself will teach you the rhythm. You will also find yourself wanting different things, and this may be the strangest change of all. Ambitions that once burned in you will cool, and you will wonder where they went. Simple things you once overlooked, quiet mornings, honest work, unhurried conversation, true fellowship, will begin to shine with unexpected weight. Do not mourn the old desires. They belong to a person who was trying to fill an emptiness I have now begun to fill myself. When the soul is fed at its true source, its appetites come back into order. Others will notice the change in you before you notice it yourself. Some will be drawn to it and ask you what has happened, and those questions will be open doors. Others may grow uneasy around you because your peace disturbs their restlessness, and your freedom accuses their chains, though you say nothing at all. Do not soften yourself to comfort them. Do not perform your old self out of politeness. Let the change stand. It is not yours to apologize for. It is mine, and I put it there deliberately. And when the enemy attempts his old tricks, and he will attempt them, you will find his tools strangely blunted. The accusations that once pinned you to the floor will sound thin. The fears that once herded you like a shepherd will bark without teeth. He has not changed, my child. You have. A lie only rules where it is believed, and you are coming to believe truer things. Each day you walk with me, the old lies lose another finger of their grip. Receive all of this, the mended hope, the returning strength, the quieted mind, the reordered desires, as evidence of a single truth. I am not merely rescuing you from something. I am readying you for something. Rescue looks backward at the danger escaped. Readiness looks forward at the purpose approaching. Last night contained both. The harm was turned aside and the preparation was completed. In the same dark hours, by the same faithful hand. You are not simply safe, my beloved. You are appointed. And what you have been prepared for is nearer than you think. And now, my child, we arrive at the reason for all of it. The protection was not the point. The pruning was not the point. Even the restoration, sweet as it will be, was not the point. All of it was preparation for a purpose, and the purpose is this. Your life is meant to carry my light into places my name is rarely spoken. Not from some high seat of importance, but from the ground of your ordinary days. In the kitchen and the workplace, in the difficult conversation and the small act of unreasonable kindness, you are to be evidence that I am real. Do not shrink from that calling because you feel unqualified. I have never once chosen the qualified. I chose a stammering shepherd to confront a king. I chose a frightened farmer threshing wheat in a hidden place and called him a mighty warrior before he had won anything. I chose fishermen, tax collectors, and a persecutor on a dusty road. The pattern has never changed. I do not call the equipped. I equip the called. Your sense of insufficiency is not a barrier to my plan. It is nearly a prerequisite because the one who knows he is insufficient leans, and the one who leans is the one I can carry far. You belong to a scattered company, my faithful remnant. Souls in every land who have kept a living fire when the times blew cold. Most of them look as ordinary as you do. They are not famous. They hold no titles worth mentioning. But heaven knows each of them by name, and heaven knows you. In the season ahead, I will begin weaving some of these lives into yours. You will recognize them the way embers recognize each other, by warmth rather than by words. When you find them, hold to them. A lone coal cools quickly. Coals gathered keep a fire through the night. And to the ones already woven into your life, the ones you carry in prayer and lie awake loving, be to them what I have been to you this night. Not a preacher, a presence. When they stumble, be the hand that steadies without lecturing. When they doubt, be patient the way I was patient with your doubting. Some of them will find their way to me not through any argument, but through the unexplainable steadiness of your love. Let your life do the speaking. It is more persuasive than you know. I want to leave you with instructions simple enough to keep. Begin each day with me before you begin it with the world. Even a few unhurried moments will change the tone of everything that follows. Bring me your decisions while they are still small, before they harden into crossroads. Keep short accounts, forgive quickly, ask forgiveness quickly, and let no bitterness spend a second night under your roof. Speak truth even when your voice shakes. And when you fall, and you will fall, do not waste a single day hiding from me in shame. Come home immediately. My door has no lock on it, and it never did. Remember also what I have shown you about the hours you cannot see. You now know something most people live without knowing, that the dark is not empty. It holds a watcher, and the watcher is for you. Every night of your life from this night forward, you may lie down inside that knowledge. The one who neither slumbers nor sleeps keeps the watch, and no scheme formed in shadow prospers against a life hidden in my hand. Let that truth be the bed beneath your rest. There will still be hard days. I will not pretend otherwise, for I do not traffic in false comforts. You will meet losses that make no sense from where you stand, delays that test the patience I have grown in you, and hours when the old whisper returns to say that none of this was real. On those days, come back to these words. Remember the night I told you what happened while you slept. A thing does not stop being true because a cloud passes in front of it. The sun is not extinguished by weather, and my faithfulness is not canceled by your difficult seasons. Watch for me in the small hours and the small things, for that is where I most often move. A burden lifting without ceremony, the right word arriving through an unlikely mouth, a closed situation quietly unlocking after years. When these things happen, do not call them coincidence. Call them by their name, faithfulness, and tell someone. Testimony is how one rescued life becomes the rescue of another. Your story, told plainly, will unlock doors in hearts that sermons never opened. Soon, certain moments will come when my nearness feels almost physical, a warmth behind the ordinary surface of things. Those moments are not your imagination. They are my answer to the trust you are choosing today. But do not build your faith on feelings, for feelings keep no promises and change with the weather. Build on what I have said, and let the sweet moments be encouragements along the road, rather than the road itself. The just do not live by sensations. They live by faith. Now take your first step into this new season, and take it without looking over your shoulder. The old accusations have lost their case. The old patterns have lost their author. The old fears have lost their audience. You walk out of this hour lighter than you walked in, and the lightness is not a mood. It is an actual removal of actual weight, performed by actual hands. What I take away, no one can strap to your back again unless you stoop to help them. I set before you then everything this night has held. Protection you did not have to earn, pruning you did not understand, a call to trust with both hands open, strength forged in hidden fire, steadiness for shaking days, hope mended at its root, and a purpose fitted to your frame. This is not the end of what I will say to you. It is the beginning of a long conversation that will run like a river under the rest of your life. Return to the quiet often, and you will find me there, never hurried, never absent, never done with you. One more thing before you go. When you cannot feel me, choose to remember this hour, for memory is the anchor of faith. What I did once, I will do again, and what I have spoken tonight, I will keep. You came to these words carrying a question you could barely name, and I answer it now as plainly as it can be answered. Yes, you are seen. Yes, you are kept. Yes, there is a hand on your life that has never once trembled, and it is holding you at this very moment. Go now into this day, and the next, and the one after that, as one who slept through a battle and woke inside a victory. My peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. Not as the world gives, fleeting and fragile, but as I give, whole and forever. If you receive this word and choose to walk with me, seal it now with your amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something is happening at your house right now, and I will not let you walk past it. Stay with my voice. Do not treat this like every other quiet hour that has come and gone. I am speaking about the place where you live, the walls that hold you, the door you close behind you at the end of a long day, the room where you have prayed so softly that no one else could have heard it. My attention rests on that place tonight, and not because of stone or wood or the roof over it, because of the life inside it, because of you. Hear me clearly. What you have been waiting for is not still traveling toward you. It has already come. It is standing nearer than the sound of your own breathing, and the only question left is whether you will know it when it speaks. I am telling you this plainly because I do not want you to miss it. You have been expecting something loud, something that would arrive with noise and force and leave you no room to doubt. That is not how I have chosen to move in your life. I am coming through a narrow opening, through a door you have stopped watching, through a moment so ordinary that you would have let it pass without a second thought. My beloved, that is why I am holding your attention now. There is a heaviness you have felt in your house lately, and you could not name it. There is also a strange stirring underneath it, like something waiting just out of sight. You told yourself it was tiredness. You told yourself it was your own mind playing tricks. It was neither. Something unseen has already begun to move around you, and what you sensed was the edge of it. I do not send you feelings without reason. Your house is not only a building, it is the place where your life gathers. Your rest is there. Your worry is there. Your prayers have soaked into it. What settles in your house settles in your spirit, and what is cleared from your house is cleared from your days. That is why I am dealing with it directly. Some things in that space were never meant to stay as long as they have. Declare your amen if you believe I am speaking to you right now. Let me tell you what I have been doing while you slept. I have been separating. I have been deciding what belongs to you and what has only been living beside you. There is a difference, and you have not always been able to tell them apart. What is yours will remain. What is not yours is being asked to leave, and it will not be allowed to argue. You have carried a weight for so long that you stopped noticing its shape. Worry that woke you at odd hours. A tightness in your chest when you thought about what was coming. A voice that told you not to hope too openly, in case hope made a fool of you again. I am lifting those things off you one at a time. Some mornings you will feel lighter and not understand why. That is my hand. Do not question it. I know what these last seasons have cost you. You held on when everything around you gave you permission to let go. You kept praying after the words ran out. You sat in rooms where no one asked how you were, and you answered anyway, silently, to me. I heard all of it. Nothing you spoke into the dark disappeared, and now the answer stands at your door. My child, do not let doubt speak louder than my voice tonight. There are thoughts already forming in you that want to argue with what you are hearing. They will tell you nothing has changed. They will remind you of every time you got your hopes up and paid for it. Those thoughts are familiar, but familiar is not the same as true. Something has already shifted in your favor. It shifted before you felt it. You are not here by accident. You did not stumble into this moment by chance. I arranged for these words to reach you at the exact hour your heart was open enough to receive them, and not 1 minute before. That is how carefully I work with you. When I moved through Egypt, I told the people to mark their doorposts, not their fields, not their livestock, their houses. What passed over that night passed over homes, and every family that trusted me enough to mark the entrance woke to the morning of their freedom. I have always dealt with houses. I have always started at the door. I am at yours now. Understand this. I do not clear a space for nothing. When I remove, I am making room. When I take something out of your life, it is because I have already chosen what will stand in that place instead. You have watched things end and thought you were losing. You were not losing. You were being emptied so you could be filled with something that would not run out. There were paths that would have swallowed you whole. There were people who would have taken more from you than you could afford to give. There were plans you begged me for that I quietly refused, and you called it silence. It was not silence. It was me standing between you and a door you would not have survived walking through. You thought you were being denied. You were being kept. Now you stand where you can finally receive what was always meant for you. Not what you settled for. Not what you talked yourself into. What was actually written for your life before you learned to lower your expectations. Listen closely, because I need you present for what comes next. The thing I am bringing will not announce itself the way you imagine. It may come through a conversation you almost did not have, through a decision that seems too small to matter, through a door that opens so quietly you could easily walk past it while thinking about something else. Pay attention to the small things. That is where I am hiding the answer. I am not distant from your life. I am not watching from a height, uninterested in the details. I am in the room with you. I am in the ordinary hours. And tonight I am speaking because what is unfolding around your house is too important for you to sleep through. Let me show you what I have been removing. There has been something living in your house that never paid rent. It came in quietly years ago, through a season you barely survived. It made itself at home in your thinking. It shaped how you spoke about yourself when you were alone. And because it arrived during a hard time, you assumed it was simply part of who you were. It was not. It was a squatter. And I am putting it out. You will feel its absence before you understand it. There will be a morning soon when you wake and something that always sat on your chest is not there. You will look for it out of habit. You will not find it. Do not go searching for what I have taken. Let it stay gone. I am also dealing with what has been draining your rest. Sleep has not been kind to you. You lie down tired and rise tired, and no amount of quiet seems to reach the bottom of it. That is not weakness in your body alone. Something has been feeding on your peace, and I am cutting off its supply. Peace is not a mood. Peace is ground. When your peace is disturbed, every decision becomes heavier than it needs to be. You second-guess what you already know. You delay what should be simple. You carry conversations for days that should have been set down within the hour. I am restoring the ground beneath you so that you can think clearly again. You were never meant to fight this battle from an unsteady place. There is also a boundary being drawn around your life right now. Things that once had free access to you will find the way closed. People who could reach into your peace whenever they pleased will find that their words no longer land the way they used to. This is not hardness. This is order. A house without a door is not a home, it is a road. I am giving you a door, and I am teaching you when to keep it shut. You may notice that certain people begin to drift away without any argument between you. Do not chase them. Not every departure is a wound. Some of it is simply what happens when a life starts moving in a direction that others were never called to walk. Let them go with kindness, and let the space they leave stay empty until I fill it. There are patterns in your life that have repeated so many times you began to expect them. The same kind of disappointment arriving in a different set of clothes. The same season of hope followed by the same quiet collapse. You started to believe that this was simply the shape of your life, that some people get smooth roads and you were given a circle. I am breaking the circle. You will notice this first in small ways. A situation that would normally repeat will simply not appear. A conflict that would normally flare will pass without catching fire. You will wait for the familiar ending and it will not come. That is not luck. That is a cycle being cut at the root, and roots do not grow back once I have removed them. Understand something about what did not work out for you. There were doors you knocked on until your hands hurt. There were opportunities you were certain were yours, and they went to someone else. You took that personally. You wondered what was wrong with you that made me withhold. Nothing was wrong with you. Those doors led somewhere I would not send you. When Rahab hid my messengers, she was told to tie a scarlet cord in her window. The whole city fell. Her house stood. Not because the walls were stronger, but because it had been marked, and what is marked by me is not swept away with everything else. Your house carries a mark you cannot see. You have lived through seasons that took other things down around you, and you are still standing. That was not endurance alone. That was covering. I have covered you longer than you know. There is something else I am clearing, and this one is harder, because it lives inside you rather than around you. It is the belief that you must earn what I want to give. You have worked yourself thin trying to prove you deserve peace. You have kept a ledger in your mind of every failure, and you have used it against yourself whenever something good approached. Put the ledger down. I'm not reading from it. My child, your worth was never a payment you were making toward some future kindness of mine. It was settled long before you were old enough to argue about it. Every time you have told yourself that you are too much or not enough, you were repeating something I never said. I am removing that voice from your house too. You may feel old memories rising in these days. Things you thought you had buried will surface at odd times, without warning, in the middle of an ordinary afternoon. Do not panic when it happens. I am not reopening wounds to hurt you. What is being brought to the surface is being brought out so it can leave. Nothing heals while it is hidden. Let it come up. Let it go. Do not fight the emptying. There will be a stillness after this clearing, and the stillness may unsettle you. You have lived so long with noise that quiet will feel like something is missing. It is not. Stillness is often the sound of a work being finished. When the room finally goes silent, that is not abandonment. That is completion. I do not fill a house while I am still cleaning it, and I am nearly done cleaning. You have been asking me for change for a long time. This is what change looks like at the beginning. Not fireworks. Not a sudden reversal that makes everyone who doubted you take notice. It looks like a load coming off. It looks like a habit losing its grip. It looks like a night where you finally sleep through, and you cannot explain what was different. That is the change. It has started. Declare, I receive it, if your heart is open to what I am doing. Now hear why the clearing mattered. I do not pour new provision into old disorder. I do not set something valuable down in a room that cannot hold it. Everything I have done in these last months was preparation for a delivery, and the delivery is close. There was a man named Obed-Edom. He did not ask for what came to his door. My presence was left at his house because no one else was willing to take it in, and for 3 months everything he owned began to increase. His fields, his household, his name. He did nothing clever. He simply made room and did not treat what I placed with him as a burden. That is the whole lesson. Make room and do not resent what I set down. Your house is being made ready for something that will not be temporary. You have received things before that came and left quickly, and it taught you not to hold anything too tightly. I understand why you learned that, but this is not the same. What I am placing in your life has been built on ground that will hold weight. Lasting things take longer to build. That is the only reason for the wait. You have wondered why certain seasons took so long. Why prayers you prayed years ago are only now beginning to move. It was never that I was slow to hear you. It was that I refused to hand you something that would break the moment it entered your hands. I would rather you wait for what stays than receive quickly what leaves. Everything I have delayed, I have been strengthening. There is a stage between preparing and receiving, and you are standing in it right now. It is the stage where nothing looks different, but everything has already changed. The work is done in the unseen and has not yet surfaced. This is where most people give up, because their eyes tell them nothing has happened. Your eyes are the last to know. Do not let them lead you. There is something coming into your house that will require your trust before it arrives, not after. Trust that begins after the proof is not trust at all, it is arithmetic. What I am asking of you is older and simpler than that. I am asking you to act on what you cannot yet see. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. When Elijah came to the widow at Zarephath, she had enough flour for one final meal and nothing after it. He asked her for bread first, not from her abundance, from the last of what she had. She could have counted what remained and decided it was too little to share. Instead, she made room in her hands, and the jar did not run dry through the whole famine. That jar was not filled once. It refilled every single day, quietly, without ceremony, for as long as it was needed. I have never asked anyone to give from what they did not need. That would prove nothing. Understand what I am really doing in your house. I am not simply improving your circumstances. I am changing what you are able to hold. A larger life requires a larger frame, and the frame is built through what you release, not through what you grip. Every time you have held something too tightly, it stopped moving. There is a kind of fear that disguises itself as wisdom. It counts and recounts and calls itself careful. It tells you to wait until things are certain before you move. But certainty is not the ground I build on. If you wait for the ground to be visible before stepping, you will stand in the same place for the rest of your life. I am not asking you to be reckless. I'm asking you to be free. Something has been sitting in your life that you were meant to release, and you have known it for a while now. It might be a plan you have outgrown, a grudge you have fed longer than it deserved, a version of yourself you keep returning to because at least it is familiar. Whatever it is standing in the doorway of what I am delivering. Move it. The door only opens one way. My beloved, I am not testing you to see if you will fail. I already know what is in you. I am giving you the chance to feel the strength you have gained, because strength that is never used feels like nothing at all. You are far stronger than the person who first began praying about this situation. You simply have not been given a reason to see it yet. You are about to be given that reason. There will be a moment soon when you are asked to act before the outcome is clear. It may look like a small choice, a word you decide to speak, a hand you decide to extend, a step you take towards something that has no guarantee attached to it. That moment carries far more weight than its size suggests. Do not talk yourself out of it. That moment is the hinge. I have set things in motion around you that are already in progress. There are conversations happening about you in rooms you have never entered. There are people who will matter to your future who do not know your name yet. There are arrangements being made that you could not organize on your own no matter how hard you worked. Some of what is coming to you will arrive through people you have not met. Your part is not to build all of it. Your part is to keep the house ready and the door unlocked. To stay open when it would be easier to close. To keep your heart soft in a season when hardness would feel safer. Softness is not weakness. In your life, it has always been the doorway. Now I want to tell you how it will come, so you do not miss it. Naaman was a commander. He arrived at the prophet's door with horses and treasure, expecting a performance worthy of his standing. He was told to wash in a muddy river 7 times. He was insulted. He nearly rode home carrying his sickness with him, because the answer was too plain to respect. His servants had to reason with him. If you had been asked to do something great, you would have done it. Do not let the smallness of my answer offend you. You have prayed with a certain picture in your mind. You imagined the shape of the rescue. You decided which door it would come through, and you have been standing near that door so long that you have stopped watching the others. I am telling you now that I am not coming through the one you are watching. Turn around. Look at what is ordinary. When Elijah stood on the mountain waiting for me, there was a great wind that tore the rocks apart. I was not in the wind. There was an earthquake. I was not in the earthquake. There was fire. I was not in the fire. And then there was a low, quiet sound, barely more than a whisper, and he covered his face because he knew. I am rarely in the noise. I am almost always in the whisper. This is why I asked you to pay attention to small things. The blessing I am sending you may arrive dressed as an inconvenience, a change of plans, a delay that puts you in a place you did not intend to be, standing next to someone you were never going to meet. You will be irritated for a moment. Then you will understand. Nothing in your life is random anymore, not since I began this work. The widow who came to Elisha owed a debt she could not pay, and men were coming to take everything she had left. He asked her one question. What do you have in your house? She said, nothing at all except a little oil. That little oil filled every empty vessel she could gather, and the borrowing of empty jars from her neighbors was the whole of her part in the miracle. She was not asked to produce the oil. She was asked to bring the emptiness. Bring me your empty places. That is what I can work with. You have spent a long time apologizing for what you lack. You have counted what you do not have so often that you can recite the list without effort. But your lack is not an obstacle to me. It is the container. The wider the empty space, the more room there is for what I intend to pour. Stop hiding your empty rooms from me. I'm not embarrassed by them. There is a change already taking place in how you see. Things that used to confuse you have started to make a strange kind of sense. Situations you could not read a year ago are becoming clear. This is not because you have become more clever. It is because I am giving you sight for the road ahead, and sight always comes just before it is needed. I will not show you the whole path. I never have. But the next step is becoming visible. Take it. That is all I am asking for. You may notice something else beginning to happen. People are responding to you differently. There is more kindness where there used to be indifference. Doors that were guarded seem to open with less resistance. You did not do anything to earn this. I am moving in the hearts of others on your behalf, and most of them will never know why they softened toward you. I work in people you will never think to thank. My precious one, there is something rising in you that you have not named yet. It is a steadiness, a calm that stays even when the day goes badly. You will catch yourself handling something that would have undone you last year, and you will handle it without shaking. Do not walk past that. That is the evidence you have been asking me for. You wanted a sign. I built the sign into you. Listen carefully now, because this part matters. The thing that is coming will feel right rather than look right. It may not have the appearance you expected. It may not impress anyone you were hoping to impress. But when it arrives, something in your spirit will settle, and you will know it the way you know your own name. Trust the settling. That is my confirmation, and it does not lie. There will also be things that look right but feel wrong, and you must be just as willing to refuse those. Not everything that arrives at your door was sent by me. Some of it comes to test whether you will accept a substitute out of impatience. You have done that before. You will not need to do it again. You can tell the difference now. That discernment is new, and it is mine. Do not measure your life against anyone else's. What I am doing with you is fitted to you specifically. The timing, the shape, the size of it, all of it was made for the life you actually have, not for the one you compare yourself to. When you look sideways, you lose the thread of your own story. Look forward. That is the only direction your answer is coming from. I know there is a part of you that is bracing. You have been disappointed enough times that hope now feels like a risk you cannot afford. So you hold back a little, even now, even while you listen. You keep one hand on the exit. I am not asking you to be certain. I am asking you to stop bracing. Nothing is going to be snatched from you this time. What I establish, I defend. You will not have to spend the next season waiting for it to fall apart, wondering when the other thing will happen. That fear belonged to a version of your life that I have already brought to an end. Let your shoulders come down. You are safe here. There is a choice in front of you, and I want you to see it clearly before it arrives. 2 roads. One of them is familiar. It has your footprints all over it. You know exactly what it costs, how it feels, where it ends. It is not a good road, but it is a known one, and knowing has its own comfort. The other road you have never walked. That is its only fault. Fear will make the first road sound reasonable. It always does. It will call itself patience. It will tell you to wait a little longer, to gather more information, to be sure. And you will nod because it sounds wise, and you will stay exactly where you are for another year. Do not confuse hesitation with discernment. They wear the same coat. I am not sending you into the unknown alone. I am sending you into something I have already walked through and prepared. The only thing unknown about it is that you have not seen it yet, and that is not the same as danger. 10 men came back from surveying a land I had already given away. 10 of them talked about the size of the people living there. 2 of them talked about the size of the fruit. Both reports were accurate. Only one of them was true. And a whole generation stayed in the wilderness because they believed the accurate report instead of the true one. Be careful whose report you agree with about your own life. There are voices around you that will not understand this season. Some of them love you. They will worry out loud. They will remind you of what happened last time. Not to hurt you, but because they remember your pain and cannot bear to watch it again. Receive their care. Do not receive their limits. You do not need permission from people who are not going where you are going. There is also a voice inside you that has been arguing with me since this began. It says, you are too old for this, too tired, that your window is closed and the good things go to other people now. I want you to hear how that voice speaks. It never accuses me directly. It only accuses you. That is how you can tell it is not mine. Sarah laughed when I told her what was coming because she had already done the arithmetic on her own body. Moses argued with me about his mouth. Gideon asked me to prove myself twice and then asked once more. I did not withdraw the calling from any of them. I let them argue and then I used them anyway. Your doubt has never disqualified you. It only delays you. My child, we have walked a long road together, longer than you sometimes remember. There were stretches of it where you spoke to me constantly, and stretches where you barely spoke at all. I did not walk away during the quiet parts. I have never needed your words in order to stay near you. I stayed. Through all of it, I stayed. Now I am asking for something specific. Not perfect faith, not certainty. Just a step. One step taken in the direction of what I have shown you, before you have any evidence that it will hold. That single step is the difference between a life that changes and a life that only talks about changing. Say yes out loud if you are ready to take that step. Understand what happens when you move. The Jordan did not part while the people stood on the bank discussing it. The priests carrying the ark had to put their feet into the water first, while it was still running high, and only then did it stand back. The way opened under their feet, not before them. I move when you move. That has always been the order. I know this is not how you would design it. You would prefer the water to part first, so you could see the dry ground before committing. But faith that requires a guarantee is just planning with religious language attached. What I am building in you cannot be built that way. Step in. The water knows my voice. There is something you will feel just before the moment comes. A pull. A knowing that sits somewhere below your thinking, that does not argue and does not explain itself. It will simply be there, steady, pointing in a direction. You have felt it before and talked yourself out of it. Do not talk yourself out of it this time. That knowing is not your imagination, and it is not your nerves. It is how I speak to a heart that has learned to listen. Your ability to hear it has grown, though you have not been keeping track. What used to take you weeks to recognize now takes you an afternoon. You are becoming someone who can be led. That is no small thing. And I want you to notice how you are handling the waiting itself. There was a time when delay would have crushed you. You would have taken it as a verdict on your worth. Now you can sit inside a slow season without falling apart in it. You may not call that progress. I do. The person you were 3 years ago could not carry what you are carrying today. That growth was not accidental. Every difficult stretch shaped something specific in you, and I was watching what it built, not only what it cost. I have never enjoyed your pain. I have never sent suffering as a lesson, but I have never wasted what you walked through either. Nothing you have lived through is going to be thrown away. When you finally stand in what is coming, you will understand why certain things had to happen in the order they did. Not all of it will be explained. Some questions I will keep, but enough will make sense that you will be able to set the rest down. You will not need every answer once you are standing in the outcome. So make your choice with your eyes open. I will not force it. I have never forced anything from you, not once in all these years. I speak, I open the door, and I wait to see what you will do with it. The door is open now. Walk through. Now let me speak to you about restoration, because you have misunderstood what I mean by it. You think restoration means going back, recovering what was taken, returning to the year before everything went wrong. as though the goal were to undo the damage and stand where you once stood. That is not what I do. I do not rebuild the old house. I build a better one on the same ground. There are things in your life you wrote off as finished. You made peace with their loss, or you told yourself you did. You stopped praying about them because praying about them hurt more than accepting them. I want you to know that I did not close the file when you did. What you called permanent, I called paused. I am touching places you stopped bringing to me. Areas you decided were simply the cost of living a real life. Some of what returns will not look like what left, and that will confuse you at first. Do not measure the new thing against the memory of the old one. The old one was smaller than you remember. Restoration in my hands always comes back larger than what was lost. The Shunammite woman built a small room on her roof for a prophet who passed through. Just a bed, a table, a stool, a lamp. She asked for nothing. Years later, when famine drove her from her land and everything she owned was taken, she came to appeal to the king, and she arrived at the exact hour someone was telling him her story. He restored her house, her land, and every year of income she had lost while she was gone. She was not given back what she had. She was given back the years as well. I keep account of time, not only of what was taken from you, but of what those seasons cost you in hours you cannot get back. And I have my own way of returning time to a life. It does not always come as more years. Sometimes it comes as speed, where a thing that should have taken a decade arrives in a season. Do not be shocked when things begin to move quickly. You have earned the acceleration. Your peace is the first thing being restored, and it is the foundation for everything else. Not the peace that depends on a quiet week. The other kind, the sort that holds when the week is loud. You will notice it in the way you wake, in the way you handle news that would have flattened you. It will not arrive all at once. It will settle in layers. Peace that settles in layers does not lift easily. A house built on rock and a house built on sand can look identical in fair weather. The difference is invisible until the storm comes. I am not promising you a life without weather. I am telling you what is underneath you has been changed, and the next storm will find something it cannot move. You will discover this the hard way, and you will be glad. My beloved, there is a quiet ownership growing in you over the space you live in. Your house is beginning to feel like yours in a way it has not before, not because anything about it has changed, but because you have. It is becoming a place that gives back to you rather than takes from you. You should feel restored when you walk through that door. That is what a home is for. There is also something that will start to grow out of that space and reach beyond it. What I establish in you does not stay contained. It moves into your work, into your conversations, into the lives of those you love and the ones you carry in prayer without telling anyone. You are becoming a source of steadiness for people who have none. Do not be surprised when others start bringing their weight to you. They will not always know why they chose you. They will simply notice that you are not frantic, and something in them will want to sit near that. This is part of what I am building. A house that has been made whole becomes shelter for someone else. What I pour into you was never meant to stop with you. There will be moments in this new season that test you in small ways. Not great trials. Ordinary irritations that measure whether the change is real. Someone will speak to you the way they always have, and you will notice that it does not reach you. A situation will repeat, and your response will not. Those small moments are how you will learn what I have done. You may also find that your desires themselves are shifting. Things you once wanted badly have quietly lost their pull. New things are taking their place, and you did not decide any of it. That is me, reshaping what you reach for, so that your wanting and your purpose finally point in the same direction. When your desires change, your direction changes without any struggle at all. Do not grieve the old wants. They belong to a person who is surviving. You are not surviving anymore. There is a confidence forming in you that has nothing to do with pride. Pride needs an audience. This does not. It is the settled quiet of someone who has stopped needing to be told they are on the right road because they can feel the ground under their feet. You will make decisions faster now. Trust that speed. It is not carelessness, it is clarity. And when something does not belong in your life, you will know it early rather than late. That has been the expensive lesson of your past. Learning too slowly, staying too long, giving too much to what was never going to give back. That season of costly lessons is finished. You will not pay that price again. There was a man who climbed a tree because he was too short to see over the crowd. He had no reason to expect anything. He was disliked and he had earned most of it, and he only wanted to look at someone passing through his town. He was called down by name, and the words spoken over him that day were these: "Today salvation has come to this house, not to the temple, not to the crowd, to his house." That is how I have always worked, and it is what I am doing with yours. I come to addresses. I come to specific doors, and I have never once needed a person to be impressive before I would enter. You do not have to become someone else first. I am coming to the one you already are. Now hear what I ask of you going forward, because it is not much. Stay awake. That is nearly all of it. Do not fall back asleep in your own life. The greatest risk in front of you is not failure. It is drifting, letting the days blur together until you stop noticing what I am doing in them. Notice. That is your part. I will handle the rest. There will be mornings when none of this feels true. When the house is quiet and nothing has visibly changed and the words you are hearing now seem far away. On those mornings, do not go looking for the feeling. Go back to what you know. Feelings arrive late and leave early. What I have spoken does not move. Build on what I said, not on how you feel about it today. There will also be days when the evidence is undeniable, when something happens that could only have come from me, and you will want to tell everyone. Tell whoever you like, but keep some of it for yourself. Not everything I give you needs to be explained to be real. Some things I do in your life are only for you and me. My child, I want to say something about the years behind you. You have carried a quiet suspicion that you wasted them, that you were slow, that you should have known better, that other people were building something while you were only holding on. Set that down. Holding on was not nothing. There were seasons where staying was the whole victory. You did not waste the time. You spent it, and I know exactly what it bought. The ones you love are also touched by what is happening in your house, not because they have done anything, but because you are the door, and what comes through you does not stop at you. Peace in your life becomes peace in theirs. Steadiness in you becomes ground they can stand on. You have been praying for them for a long time. This is part of how I am answering. There will be a moment not far from now when you look around at your own life and realize that the thing you were begging for has already been happening for a while. You will not be able to say exactly when it began. That is how I do most of my work, quietly underneath, until one day the shape of it is unmistakable. You will look back at this hour and know this was where it turned. So here is what I am asking of you tonight. Go into your house differently. Look at the rooms as though something has been prepared in them, because it has. Speak in there like someone who has been heard, because you have been. And when you close the door behind you, close it knowing that what is inside is guarded. Nothing gets in past me. Not one thing. I'm not going to promise you an easy road. I have never promised that to anyone, and you would not believe me if I did. What I am promising is that you will not walk it uncovered, and you will not walk it without provision, and you will not walk it alone. I have been with you in the years that had no name. I am not leaving now that the good part is starting. Do not measure the size of this against what anyone else has received. What is coming to you is fitted to you. It matches your life, your capacity, your calling. Something larger would have crushed you, and something smaller would have insulted the work I have done in you. This is the right size. Take it without apologizing for it, and when it comes, receive it fully. Do not hold it at arm's length waiting to see if it is a trick. Do not shrink it to protect yourself from disappointment. You have done that with every good thing that has come near you for years, and I am asking you to stop. Open your hands. Take what I am handing you. The waiting part of your life is closing. Not because you finally did something right, but because the season has turned, and I am the one who turns seasons. What was prepared has been finished. What was cleared has been filled. What was marked has been kept. Your house is ready, and so are you. You have spent years asking me to move. I have moved. The asking part is over, and the living part begins tonight, in the room where you are standing. Now go and live like someone who believes what they have just heard. Declare it is done if you are ready to walk into it.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My dear child, stop whatever you're doing right now and let these words reach the deepest part of your heart. What I'm about to say is not just a message. It is a letter from my heart to yours, spoken so you can hear it, feel it, and carry it for the rest of your days. I have been waiting to tell you this, and today is the day you need to hear it clearly. You didn't find this moment by accident. You were not led here by chance. I drew you here because I have something to say to you, and I need you to listen with your whole heart open. Let the noise of the day fall away. Let it be just you and me for a little while. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Not on your hardest day. Not in your loneliest night. Not in those quiet hours when you sat in the dark and wondered if anyone in this universe cared about you at all. I was there. I am there still. I will never stop being there. This is not a comforting thought to help you sleep. This is the absolute truth, and I want it to sink into your soul like water soaking into dry ground. Let it settle. Let it stay. I want you to walk in my light today, not tomorrow. Not when things get better. Not when you feel more ready or more worthy. Right now, exactly as you are. Lift your head as you walk. The one who set the stars in their places, who paints the sunrise morning after morning, who breathed life into everything that lives, is walking beside you. That is not a small thing. That is everything. I want you to feel it in your bones. Hear this about your home. You and the ones you love are safe under the cover of my love. I have set a shield around your walls, around your loved ones, around every person you carry in prayer. There is no darkness strong enough to break through what I have built around you. There are battles being fought for you that your eyes will never see. I fight them myself. I stand guard over your life while you sleep, and I win wars on your behalf before trouble ever reaches your door. The enemy plans, and I overturn his plans before they take a single step toward you. So let go of the fear that has been gripping your heart. You are not exposed. You are not defenseless. You are covered by the strongest force in all of existence, and that force is my love for you. Nothing gets past it. I know fear has been loud lately. It has whispered to you at night and followed you through your days. It has told you that the worst is coming, that you cannot cope, that you are one bad day away from falling apart. Fear is a liar. It always has been. I do not speak to you the way fear speaks. Fear pushes and panics. I steady and strengthen. When you hear a voice that crushes you, that is not my voice. When you hear a voice that calls you higher while holding you close, that is me. My precious one, I see how hard you have worked to hold everything together. I see the weight you carry that no one else knows about. I see the smile you wear when your heart is heavy. You do not have to perform for me. Come as you are, and let me carry what you were never meant to carry alone. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, in this season, on this very day. Something is shifting in your life. You have sensed it, even if you could not name it. I am moving pieces into place that you cannot see yet, and I needed you to know it before tomorrow arrives. Before tomorrow arrives, I need you to know this. You are mine, not because of anything you did, not because you earned a place in my heart. You are mine because I chose you, and my choice does not change with your moods, your failures, or your fears. Tomorrow does not belong to your worries. It belongs to me. I am already there, standing in it, arranging it, preparing it for your arrival. When you step into it, you will not be stepping into the unknown. You will be stepping into a day I've already walked through on your behalf. So do not spend tonight rehearsing everything that could go wrong. Spend it resting in the one who holds everything that will go right. I have never once been surprised by your circumstances. I have never once run out of answers. And I am not about to start with you. Listen closely now, because I want this to go deep. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. The mistakes you made did not cancel my plans. The delays you endured did not mean I forgot you. I have been with you through every mile of it, and every mile has mattered. You are standing at the edge of something new. I will not tell you every detail, because I want you to walk with me, not just with a map. But I will tell you this much. What is ahead of you is good. It is worth every step it takes to reach it. I know you have questions. You wonder why some doors closed and why some prayers seem to hang in the air unanswered. You do not need every answer tonight. You need to know that the one who holds the answers also holds you. And I do. Firmly, gently, and without ever letting go. So breathe, my child. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. Let the tension you have carried all day loosen its grip. This moment is safe. I made it safe so that you could finally hear me without the world shouting over my voice. If your heart is open to receive this, declare your amen now. Come near to me and let me tell you what happens when you do. When you quiet the noise of the world and sit still in my presence, I pour something into you that nothing on this earth can give. I fill you with peace that makes no sense to your mind. I fill you with wisdom no teacher could hand you. I fill you with strength that will surprise even you. I do not ask for your worship because I need it. I ask because of what it does in you. When your heart turns toward me, something opens. The weight redistributes. The fog thins. You begin to remember who you are, because you're standing near the one who made you. Every word I speak carries life in it, not pleasant sounds, not empty comfort, real, living power that changes things. When my word takes root in your heart, your whole world begins to shift. You begin to see differently. You begin to think differently. You carry yourself differently, and the atmosphere around you responds. Doors open that were sealed. Healing moves through places that were numb. What was stuck begins to move. I know there have been times when I spoke promises over you, and you found them hard to believe. I know the gap between what I said and what you could see felt impossibly wide. I am not angry about your doubt. I know how heavy life can be. I know how long some seasons stretch. But today, gather up every piece of courage you have and choose to believe again. Choose to trust me one more time. I am not a man that I should lie. What I say, I do. What I promise, I fulfill. The only question is whether you will hold on long enough to see it arrive. I am steady. I am the same in the morning as I am at midnight. I do not love you more when you succeed, and less when you struggle. My love is not tied to your performance. It is not a wage you earn. It is a river that keeps flowing, whether you feel worthy of it or not. I see everything inside you, every hidden thought, every secret longing you have never spoken aloud. I know the dreams you buried and the prayers you stopped praying because the silence wore you down. None of it makes me love you less. Knowing it all only makes me lean in closer. I am not a God who watches from a distance. I am a father who bends down to listen. I move heaven and earth for the good of my children, and you are one of them. That is not poetry. That is how I govern your life. Right now, in this very moment, I am handing you peace. Not the thin kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. A deep, settled peace that sinks into the center of who you are and holds, no matter what the day looks like. Let it wash over you now. Let it push out the anxious thoughts that have been pacing the halls of your mind. You were not built to carry all of that. Hand it to me. I am strong enough to hold it, and I want to. Beautiful things are happening in your life right now, even though you cannot see them yet. I know that is hard to accept when everything looks messy or stalled. But hear me. Just because you cannot see what I am doing does not mean I am doing nothing. Behind what your eyes can reach, I am working. I am arranging. I am setting things in order. I am moving people and circumstances into position. I am preparing things for you so good that if you saw them now, you would not be able to take them in. So keep going. Keep trusting. Keep your heart open with expectation. What is coming is worth every day of the wait. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching the deepest part of your spirit. Take one step forward today in faith. Just one. You do not need to see the whole staircase. You only need to take the next step, and when your foot lands, I will be there to steady you. I have never let you fall without reaching down to lift you up again. I never will. And when you rise each morning, begin the day with me. Before the demands rush in, before the worries start crowding the door, in that first quiet moment when your eyes open, feel me there, close as breath. Say good morning to me. I treasure those moments with you more than you know. They set the course of your whole day. A heart that meets me at sunrise walks differently until sunset. Try it, and you will see. Talk to me through the day as well. Tell me about the small things, the decisions you are weighing, the person who was unkind, the moment that made you laugh. I am interested in all of it because I am interested in you, not the polished version you show the world, the real you with all the questions and the mess. That is the one I love. Do not wait until you have grand words or a clean record to come to me. Come with your hair unbrushed and your thoughts scattered. Come tired. Come confused. I have never once turned away a child who came honestly, and I will not begin with you. There is a difference between knowing about me and knowing me. Many speak of me who have never sat with me. I am inviting you deeper than information. I am inviting you into a friendship that steadies your steps, feeds your soul, and outlasts every storm this life can raise. This is what I have wanted you to understand for a long time. I am not a duty on your list. I am the source of everything you have been searching for in 100 other places. Come to the source. Drink deeply. You will never be the same. My word has already taken root in your heart. You may not feel it working, but it is there, like a seed hidden deep in the soil, growing quietly until the day it breaks the surface and stands strong in the light. That is what is happening inside you. You are growing in ways you cannot measure yet. And everything growing in you now is getting you ready for what is ahead. Look at the world around you. So many are wandering without direction, chasing things they believe will fill them. Money, approval, position, pleasure. They reach what they were chasing and find the emptiness still there, waiting. They trust people who fail them. They pursue dreams that were never theirs. They pour themselves out trying to fill a space that was shaped for me alone. And slowly, quietly, they drift. Not because I pushed them away, but because they stopped looking for me. But you have been different. Even in your seasons of doubt, even when confusion pressed in, you kept coming back. You kept reaching for me. Do you know what that means to me? Everything. That is why I am entrusting you with more. I want you to be a carrier of hope, not by preaching at people, not by pushing, simply by letting my love move through the way you live, the way you speak, the way you treat the people in front of you. When others see something steady in you, something unshaken, they will wonder where it comes from. That is your moment to point them to me. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. There are people all around you who look fine on the outside and are breaking on the inside. They laugh with friends and feel alone in the crowd. They carry themselves through the day, then sit in silence at night, feeling hollow. I see every one of them, and I am sending hope to them through vessels like you. You do not need to do anything grand. Be kind, be patient. Listen when someone needs to be heard. Speak gently when someone near you is hurting. These small acts carry enormous power, and they plant seeds in hearts that I myself will water and grow. Do not underestimate one life lived with love and faith. You have no idea how far the ripples of your kindness travel, but I do. I follow every one of them to the farthest shore, and the reach of your life is greater than you will ever know on this side of eternity. Now let me speak to something that has been troubling your heart. There are times you feel held back, times when a voice tells you that you are not enough, that you have made too many mistakes, that your past cancels the future I promised you. Hear me clearly. That is a lie. Every word of it. Stop agreeing with it. I have set you free. Not partly free, not mostly free, completely free. The chains that held you, the shame, the guilt, the regret, I broke them. You are not who you used to be. You're not defined by what you did before you knew better. You are not trapped inside the worst chapter of your story. I have washed the record clean and set a fresh page before you. And on that page, I am writing something you would not believe if I told you all of it now. So when the old accusations come knocking, do not open the door. The one who accuses you has no authority over what I have pardoned. My verdict stands above every other voice, and my verdict over you is forgiven, free, and mine. Be careful then what you allow into your mind and heart, the things you listen to, the conversations you keep, the thoughts you entertain. All of it either builds you or wears you down. Guard your inner world. It is the field where your future is growing. When a fearful thought arrives, answer it with what I have said. When doubt speaks up, counter it with my promises. When bitterness looks for a place to settle, fill that place with gratitude before it can unpack. You have the strength to do this because my spirit lives in you, and my spirit has never lost a battle. And when the day is done, do not carry its weight to bed. Lay it all down at my feet, the frustrations, the words that stung, the things that did not go the way you hoped. Give them to me before you sleep. I will trade you rest for your burdens. Real rest. The kind that repairs you from the inside, so you wake with strength you did not go to bed with. This exchange is always available. Come to it every night. Some nights the surrender will feel unfinished, and the same worry will try to climb back onto your shoulders by morning. Lay it down again. This is not failure. This is practice. A tree does not apologize for needing water every day, and you do not need to apologize for needing me every day. Come as often as the weight returns. My feet will never be too crowded for your burdens, and my patience with you has no floor beneath it and no ceiling above it. You are learning what it means to live unburdened, and I am pleased with every step. The lighter you travel, the clearer you hear me. The clearer you hear me, the straighter you walk. This is how a life gets rebuilt. One surrendered evening, one guarded thought, one act of quiet kindness at a time. You are my beloved child, and I have clothed you in something that cannot be stripped away. It is a covering of life and power, a calling I placed on you before the world ever heard your name. People may not always see it, but it is there, and it is permanent. You are marked. You are chosen. You are set apart for something that matters, and none of this rests on how impressive your record looks or how much you own. It rests on my decision, and my decisions do not expire. I am personally involved in every corner of your life, your work, your relationships, your health, your home. I am not a distant overseer glancing at your file from time to time. I am in the details, working on answers to problems you have not even met yet. I know what you need before you ask. I am already preparing provision for needs that have not yet arrived. And when my answers reach you, I want you to recognize them for what they are. Not luck, not coincidence. My hand, faithful again. Now listen carefully, because there is something you must understand about the giants you face. There will be times when a problem stands in your path so large that it blocks out the sun. A situation that looks hopeless. A mountain with no way around it. Those giants are not there to destroy you. They are there to reveal me. They are the stage on which I show you what I can do. Every giant that has ever stood against my children has ended the same way, on the ground. When you face one, do not measure it against your own strength. That arithmetic will always fail you. Measure it against mine. Remember who I am. Remember what I have already done in your life. Think back. Remember the time things looked finished and then suddenly shifted. Remember the prayer I answered after you had almost stopped praying it. Remember the door that opened when every other door had closed. Let those memories feed your faith today, because the God who did that has not changed. My power has not weakened. My commitment to you has not cooled. I am exactly who I have always been, and I am standing with you now, in this fight, in this season, in this very hour. And hear this about fear. Fear is not your friend, and it is not harmless. Fear is a thief. It creeps into your heart and steals your peace. It clouds your judgment and makes every problem look twice its true size. It whispers that the worst outcome is the most likely one, when I have written otherwise. Fear has no real power over you unless you hand it the keys. Today, take them back. Say it aloud. Fear has no place in my life. I am not led by dread. I am led by faith, because that is exactly who I made you to be. When you walk with me, you walk with the one before whom every darkness retreats. Nothing that rises against you can win, not because you are strong in yourself, but because I am your shield. And when the enemy looks at you, he must also look at me. That is why he cannot touch the core of who you are. Now, I want to speak to the part of you that has been waiting a long time. You have prayed for something, maybe for years, and it has not come. You have held on through disappointment after disappointment. You have kept believing when everything visible told you to stop. I see that. I honor that. And I tell you now, your waiting has not been wasted. Not one day of it. While you waited, I was building. While you wondered, I was arranging. What is coming is not only the thing you ask for, it is a fuller version of it than you knew how to ask for. My timing is not your timing. You see one small piece of the picture. I see the whole of it, from the first line to the last. And from where I stand, I can tell you with complete certainty, the wait will make sense. There are people who let go just before the answer arrived. They grew tired and walked away while I was setting the final pieces in place. I do not want that for you. Hold on. Keep asking. Keep showing up. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was working. You could not see it, but I was arranging everything. The answer you have carried in prayer is not lost. It is not forgotten. It is being completed, and it will arrive at the appointed hour, not one moment late. Do not read my silence as absence. Some of my deepest work happens in the quiet, the way roots deepen in soil that looks still from above. When I am quiet, I am not gone. I am concentrating on something that concerns you. And when the answer comes, you will understand why it could not have come sooner. You will see what had to move first, who had to be readied, what had to be cleared from the road. Trust me with the schedule. I have never been late to anything I promised. While you wait, keep doing the small, faithful things. Tend what is in front of you. Keep your word. Pray for the people around you. These quiet acts are not filler between now and your breakthrough. They are part of it. Kings are shaped in fields before they stand in palaces. And the shepherd years are never wasted years. I watched David guard sheep no one else counted, and I was preparing a throne the whole time. What you do in hidden places, I see. And what I see in secret, I reward in the open. So stand firm today, not because the circumstances have changed yet, but because you know the one who changes them. Steady your heart, set your face forward. The season you are entering is one I have already walked ahead of you, and I would not lead you into it without also making you able for it. Now let me touch a wound that has been aching for a long time. The words other people have spoken over your life. The criticism, the judgment, the voices that told you that you were not smart enough, not gifted enough, not worthy of the good things you long for. Maybe someone laughed at your dreams. Maybe someone questioned your faith. Maybe the people who should have lifted you up were the very ones who pressed you down. I heard every one of those words, and I want to heal what they left behind. Here's the truth. What people think of you does not define you. Their approval does not make you valuable, and their disapproval cannot make you worthless. Your worth was settled by me long before any of them met you, and no human voice holds the authority to overturn what I have declared. The critics do not have the final word. I do. And my word over you is full of love, purpose, and promise. Chosen, forgiven, called, restored. These are not compliments. These are facts, and I want you to wear them the way a king wears a crown. So lay down the exhausting work of proving yourself. Stop pouring your strength into winning approval from people who may never give it. You already have mine. Step out of the shadow of their opinions and into the light of what I say about you. And now I must ask something of you that is not easy. The people who wronged you, who misjudged you, who used your kindness against you, release them. Not because what they did was acceptable, not because they earned it. Because bitterness is a poison you drink with your own hands, and I want it out of your life. Forgiveness does not excuse them. It frees you. It takes the whole matter out of your grip and places it into mine, where justice is handled perfectly. No one who wounds one of my children escapes my attention. Let me carry that account and walk out from under its weight. When you forgive, something breaks open in the unseen. Old chains fall. Closed doors unlock. Seasons that were stuck begin to turn. It takes real strength to forgive someone who never asked for it. But you have that strength because my spirit in you is greater than the hurt behind you. Breathe out the bitterness. Breathe in my peace. Do it as many times as it takes. Some releases happen once, and some happen every morning for a season. Either way, I am with you in the releasing, and do not carry shame about how long your healing is taking. Hearts do not mend on a schedule, and I have never once stood over you with a measuring rod while you grieved. I move at the pace of your trust. Where you can only give me a small yes today, I will honor that small yes and build on it tomorrow. What matters is the direction of your face, not the speed of your feet. Keep your face toward me. That is the whole instruction. The rest, I will supply. There is also a quiet dignity growing in you that you have not noticed. You ask for help sooner than you used to. You tell the truth about your limits. You no longer pretend to be fine when you are not. Do not mistake this honesty for weakness. It is the beginning of real strength, and it opens the door for me to work. My child, there is something else I want you to hear today, and I want you to receive it slowly. I am proud of you. I know that may be hard to take in. I know there are things you regret, choices you would remake if you could. But when I look at you, I see someone who kept getting up. Someone who kept reaching for me through seasons that would have hardened other hearts. Someone who chose faith again and again when quitting would have been easier. That kind of perseverance is rare, and it has not gone unnoticed by me. The road you walked did not only cost you, it formed you. You understand the weary now because you have been weary. You are gentle with the broken because you know what breaking feels like. That understanding in you is real treasure, and I will use it in ways you cannot yet imagine. You are not simply a person moving through days. You carry an assignment that belongs to you alone. The blend of your story, your gifts, and your scars fits a purpose that no one else on this earth can fulfill. I did not make a general design and stamp your name on it. I built you for this, deliberately. So do not compare yourself to anyone. Comparison will either puff you up or press you down, and both are lies. My plans for you are custom-made. My timeline for your life matches no one else's, and it was never supposed to. Run your own race. When a runner keeps looking sideways at the other lanes, two things happen. He slows down and he stumbles. Keep your eyes on the path I set before you, and you will keep both your speed and your footing. Run with endurance, not with panic. Some things I am building in you can only be built slowly, the way an oak grows, ring upon ring, year upon year. Do not despise the slow seasons. They are adding strength where you will need it most, and run with joy. Joy is not the same as happiness. Happiness depends on what happens. Joy depends on who I am, and who I am never changes. That is why joy can sing in a hard season. It is drawing from a well the drought cannot touch. There's a finish line ahead of you, and I am not neutral about whether you reach it. I am for you. Every step of your race matters to me, and I am running alongside you the whole way, closer than your own heartbeat. When you stumble, and you sometimes will, a stumble is not a disqualification. Get up, fix your eyes forward. The race was never won by the ones who never fell. It is won by the ones who rise, and rising is something you have learned well. Speak. I trust you, if you are ready to walk in what I have spoken over you. Now I want to speak over your home. Not just the walls and the roof, but the life that happens inside them. I want your home to be a place of peace. Not merely the absence of arguments, but a warm, living peace that people can feel the moment they cross your threshold. I am blessing your home even as my voice reaches you. I am filling the room where you gather, the table where you eat, the corners where laughter happens, and the quiet places where tears have sometimes fallen. I am in all of them. I am making your home a shelter where masks come off and healing begins. And for those you love who are still far from me, do not lose heart. I have not given up on them, and I see them more clearly than you do. Keep praying. Keep loving them without lectures. Your love is a seed, and seeds grow in seasons you cannot always watch. I will do what only I can do in their hearts, at the hour I know is right. Bring all of this to me in prayer, and let prayer be bigger for you than a list recited at bedtime. Prayer is you and me, speaking heart to heart. I already know every fact of your situation. What prayer changes first is you. It lines your heart up with mine, and from that alignment, power moves. When you pray with faith, things shift. Heaven leans in. Situations that stood frozen for years begin to thaw. Do not think of prayer as the last resort when your effort runs out. It is the first move of the wise, and the strongest position you can take in any battle. Build your life on my word as well. Let it be the ground floor of your thinking. The wisdom of the world changes with every generation. What it praises today, it mocks tomorrow. My word has outlasted empires, and it will still stand when every other voice has gone silent. When you are confused, my word gives clarity. When you are afraid, it puts courage back in your chest. When you feel unworthy, it tells you the truth about who you are. Store it in your heart the way a wise household stores grain. and you will have bread in every famine. Now let me speak to the worry that follows you around money and provision. I know it is one of the heaviest weights my children carry. Hear me plainly. I am your provider. That is not a title I wear. It is a role I actively fill every day in your life. I know what you need. I know what those under your roof need. My storehouses do not run low, and my ability to provide for you does not rise and fall with the times. I open doors no one can shut. I place the right people in your path. I plant ideas in your mind that become provision in your hands. I am not promising a life without lean seasons. Some of them teach trust in ways abundance never could. But I am promising this: you will not be abandoned in any of them. Keep bringing your needs to me. Keep handling what I give you with an open hand, and watch what I do with what you release. Now come away from the noise for a moment, because I want to teach you about stillness. The world has trained you to fill every silence, sound upon sound, hurry upon hurry, until the soul cannot hear itself, let alone hear me. But silence is not your enemy. Silence is where I speak most clearly. In the quiet, things rise to the surface. Old memories, unanswered questions, feelings you have pressed down for years. I know that can be uncomfortable, but what rises in my presence rises to be healed. Do not run from those moments. They are the doorway to your freedom. When you choose to be still before me, you are saying with your posture what words cannot say. You are saying, I trust you enough to stop. And to that kind of trust I always respond. Find small pockets of stillness in your day. Even a few unhurried breaths with me can change the hours around them. I live in the present moment, my child. Not in your yesterday with its regrets. Not in your tomorrow with its unknowns. Here. Now. When your mind races constantly between guilt behind you and worry ahead of you, you miss me. And you miss the good I have planted in this very hour. Look for me in the ordinary, the warmth of sunlight through a window, rain on the roof, the laughter of someone you love, the first quiet minutes of the morning. These are not small things. Every good thing in your day, no matter how plain, carries my signature on it. Watch, too, for the people I place along your path. Some encounters that look like chance or appointments I arranged long ago. Some will arrive to strengthen you at the exact moment you are ready to quit. Others will arrive needing what only you can give. Be generous with both, and be discerning as well, for not every hand extended toward you comes in kindness. Ask me, and I will show you who is sent and who is not. And let gratitude become your weapon. Not a polite habit, but a weapon. When you give thanks in a hard season, you are declaring that I am still good even when circumstances are not. You are announcing that your faith does not depend on comfort. That kind of thanksgiving shakes the darkness. When discouragement knocks, answer it with a list of what I have already done. Name the prayers I answered. Name the storms you survived. Name the daily bread that has never once failed to arrive. Gratitude turns your eyes from what is missing to who is present, and in that turning, everything changes. Practice this until it becomes your reflex. Thank me in the morning before the day has proven itself. Thank me at night for what you noticed and for what you missed. A grateful heart sees more, fears less, and stands longer. It is one of the strongest hearts a person can carry. Understand this about your life. It moves in seasons, just as the earth does. Spring and summer, autumn and winter, each one different, each one necessary. Knowing which season you are in will save you from despair in the cold months and from carelessness in the warm ones. If you are in winter now, a season that feels bare and stripped, hear me. Winter is not death. Beneath the frozen ground, roots are deepening. Strength is gathering where no eye can see it. Do not spend this season fighting to escape it. Ask me instead what I am building in you while the branches are bare, because spring is already on its way to you. If new things are budding in your life, tend them carefully. Protect what is young from the cold winds of other people's doubt. And if you are standing in a season of harvest, enjoy it without guilt. I give good things because I love you. Receive them with gratitude and share them with open hands. Some things in your life are also falling away right now, and I want you to let them. Not every ending is a tragedy. Some chapters close because their work is complete. Trust me in the turning of the seasons. I know the way forward, even when the path bends out of your sight. Now look at what is already in your hands, because many wait for something distant, while overlooking what I have already given. Moses held a shepherd's staff, a plain tool of wood. Surrendered to me, it parted a sea. David carried 5 smooth stones and a sling, and a giant fell. A boy offered 5 loaves and 2 small fish, and thousands ate their fill. What is in your hands today? What skills, what experiences, what small resources sit quietly in your life, waiting? Offer them to me. Stop waiting until you have more before you begin. In my economy, a small offering carried by great faith outweighs a fortune given without it. The widow with 2 coins gave more than all the wealthy that day because she gave her trust along with them. Start where you are. Use what you have. I will do the multiplying, and you will be amazed at what your ordinary becomes in my hands. And you who are deeply tired, come here. I know the kind of weariness that sleep does not fix, the tiredness of carrying heavy things for too long, the exhaustion of holding everyone else together. I see it, and I have rest for it. Not just rest for your body, rest for your soul. Come to me when you are worn down. Sit still and tell me how tired you are. Let me take the load from your shoulders and hand you something lighter. I am not asking you to do nothing. I am asking you to stop doing everything alone. With me carrying the weight beside you, even hard things become bearable. Without me, even small things can crush. Rest is not laziness. Rest is wisdom. The ones who finish their race are not the ones who never stop. They are the ones who know when to pause, be refilled, and go again. Let time with me be the well you return to. It will never run dry. Then rise, and mind the words you speak, for your mouth is either building or tearing down. I spoke worlds into being, and you, made in my image, carry an echo of that power. Stop saying that nothing works for you, that you always fail, that it is too late. Those words are seeds, and you do not want their harvest. Speak what I speak. Say, I am held, I am guided, I am not finished. There is a difference between being honest about today and signing your name to defeat forever. Tell the truth about the struggle, but declare the truth about your God in the same breath. And speak life over others too. One true, kind word at the right moment can hold up a soul that was about to fall. Let hope stand up inside you again. Not wishful thinking, but the settled confidence that comes from knowing who holds tomorrow. Hope anchored in me cannot be swept away. Storms may shake you. They cannot sink you. Feed your hope with my promises, and stand with people who carry hope too, for it spreads from heart to heart, like fire from lamp to lamp. Your story is not over. Whatever chapter you are in, it is not the last one. I am the author of your story, and I do not write tragedies. I write restoration. I write homecomings. There are turns ahead in your story that will leave you breathless with gratitude, and I have already written them. You belong to me. not because you polished yourself into worthiness, but because I chose you and called you mine. That belonging does not weaken when you fail. It does not fade when you wander. The moment you turn toward home, you will find me, already running toward you. And you were not made to walk this out in isolation. I set my children among one another on purpose, so that faith could be borrowed when yours runs thin, and lent when someone else's fails. Find the ones who speak truth to you and stay near them. Be honest about your struggles, and let others be honest about theirs. The friendships formed in that kind of honesty are strong enough to hold a person through the worst night of their life. Never believe the lie that you have drifted too far or stayed away too long for me to want you. There is no too far. There is no too long. My door has never once been closed to you, and it never will be. So go now into what remains of this day and into tomorrow with your head lifted. Live fully, love boldly, trust completely. Let the world see what a life looks like when it is certain that its God is good. Nothing you face is stronger than the one who goes with you. Nothing behind you can cancel what is ahead of you. My word over your life will finish everything it was sent to do, and my love will hold you until you see it with your own eyes. I am with you, today, tomorrow, and forever. If you receive all that I have spoken over you today, seal it now with your Amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something happened while you were not watching. Heaven grew still. Not in the way silence usually falls, slow, creeping, like an ending. This was different. This was the kind of stillness that follows something rare, the kind that comes when all of heaven turns to look at the same thing at the same time. And what heaven turned to look at was you. I want you to hear what I am about to say, not as a comfort. Hear it as fact. You have been through things that had the full intention of finishing you, not discouraging you, not delaying you, finishing you completely. There were seasons where the pressure did not let up, where one hard thing barely ended before the next one arrived, where you had to keep choosing to get up when getting up felt dishonest, when you felt nothing like someone who was going to be all right, and yet you did not fully stop. That is what caught heaven's attention. Not your best days, not the moments when you had it together. What made heaven go quiet was the moments when you did not have it together, and something in you still kept reaching for me. A whisper when you had nothing left. A reluctant step back toward the place where you knew I was, even when you felt no certainty that I would answer. You thought those moments were your weakest. Heaven read them as something else entirely. My child, you left me speechless. I want you to sit with that. Not because you performed well, not because your record was clean, but because inside the place where pressure breaks, most people, the hidden place that nobody else sees. You held something that should have buckled. You bent. I watched you bend. There were moments where I could see exactly how close you were to letting go entirely. But there was a thread you kept holding. Not tightly, sometimes barely, but you held it. That thread was not stubbornness. It was not willpower. I put it there. What I plant does not uproot easily. Even when the ground shook, the root held. That is not something you manufactured. That is something I placed in the deepest part of who you are. And the weight of everything this season threw at you proved it is real. Now I need you to understand what I am not saying. I am not saying the hard things were good. I am not standing over what you suffered and calling it a gift. Pain is not a prize. Loss is not a reward. What came against you was real, and it was heavy. I know how heavy it was. I was there for every hour of it, not watching from a distance, but present in the very room where you sat alone and wondered how much longer you could keep going. I did not look away. I have never looked away from you. There is something I need you to hold before anything else is said. I was not unmoved by what you walked through. I did not observe it the way you observe something from behind glass, at a safe distance, untouched. I was in it with you. Every night that stretched too long, every morning that arrived without relief, every moment where the silence felt like an answer you were not ready to hear. I was there through all of it. And what I was doing in those moments was not nothing. I was not simply waiting for you to endure your way to the other side. I was holding what you could not hold. I was keeping intact what the pressure was trying to destroy. That work was real, even when you could not feel it happening. And it mattered. What I placed in you was already there long before this season arrived. The pressure did not create it. The pressure revealed it. And what it revealed was something rare enough to make heaven stop and take notice. You kept your integrity when it would have been easier to let it go. You stayed honest when a lie would have been simpler. You remained when remaining was the harder path. And when the ones you trusted let you down, you did not harden the way hurt usually hardens a person. You stayed open. You stayed willing. That is not nothing. Those are not small things. To the eye, they look like nothing. To heaven, they carry enormous weight. There are people who look confident from the outside and are hollow on the inside. There are people who seem strong in public and crumble when no one is watching. What I found in you was the other way around. In the open, you were often uncertain. You doubted. You worried. You went through stretches where hope felt like a thing you could not quite hold in your hands anymore. But in the place no one else could see, in the quiet core, where a person's real character lives, there was something stable, something settled, something that would not fully agree with the verdict being spoken over your life by the hardship, by the disappointment, by the voices that suggested you were ordinary and small. Heaven sees that place. I built it. And what I saw inside it moved me, not as a figure of speech, not as a comfort phrase, but in the way that truth moves the one who knows what it costs to make something hold. Now I want to tell you what was found inside that place. I want to name it clearly. I want you to hear it plainly, without the filter of doubt softening it, before it can reach you. Because what was discovered about you in this season is not small. It is the kind of thing that shifts how you see your past, your present, and the ground you are about to walk into. So before I tell you everything else, before I speak of what comes next, what is shifting, and what is being released over your life, receive this one thing first. You were not forgotten. You were never abandoned. The quiet was not emptiness. What you lived through was seen in full, from the first moment the weight arrived to the last hour of the longest night. And what was found inside you when the pressure was at its heaviest, that is what I have come to speak to you about today. There is a word for what I found inside you, but I want to approach it carefully, because the first time most people hear it applied to themselves, they resist it. They shake their head. They think of all the ways it could not possibly be true. The word is rare. Not rare because you have never made a mistake. Not rare because you are better than the people around you. Rare because of what was found underneath the pressure. Rare because of what did not leave when everything else seemed to. When betrayal came, I watched for bitterness. In most people, bitterness arrives quickly after a wound. It makes a certain kind of sense. The hurt is real, the cause is unjust, and bitterness at least feels like something. Like a grip on the situation. Like a way to not be helpless. But when betrayal came to you, and it did come, I watched your heart, and what I found was not bitterness taking root. There was pain, real pain. But the bitterness had nothing to grip. Something in you kept releasing the very thing that should have poisoned you. Not quickly, not without a fight, but it kept releasing. That is not common. When silence stretched on longer than you expected, when answers did not come and explanations did not arrive, I watched for what fills that space in most people's hearts. Long silence breeds anger in many people, or resignation, or the slow, quiet decision to stop trusting. In you, the silence hurt. I will not pretend otherwise. But underneath the hurt, you kept something alive that most people release in those seasons. You kept reaching. Small, quiet, sometimes barely a reach at all. But you did not go fully silent on me. You kept the line open even when you heard nothing back. That is the kind of faith that counts, not the faith that praises loudly when things are good. The faith that sits in a dark room and whispers my name anyway, not because it feels anything, but because it refuses to let go completely. I found loyalty in you, where others left. Not the kind of loyalty that is easy to maintain when things are going well. The kind that holds when holding costs something. I found patience in places where frustration would have been completely understandable. You were not patient because it was easy. You were patient because something in you chose it, even when everything else pushed against it. I found kindness still operating in you after you had been treated without kindness. You still chose to be gentle when you had every right to harden. You did not perform that softness for people to observe. I watched it in your private choices, in how you treated others when no one was grading you, in the decisions you made when the only witness was yourself and me. That is the real measure of a person, not what they do on display, what they do when they are alone and tired and the easier wrong is available. And I found something else, something even harder to hold on to after the kind of pain you walked through. I found that your ability to feel with other people did not close down. After being hurt yourself, there would have been no shame in pulling back, in protecting yourself, in deciding that you had enough to carry without taking on the weight of others. But that is not what happened. You remained open. You still felt the weight of other people's struggles, even when you were under your own. You still made room. You still showed up. That is an uncommon thing in a person who has been through what you have been through. That combination, loyalty under pressure, faith that holds through long silence, compassion that survives personal pain, does not occur automatically. I have watched people go through tremendous weight and come out closed, armored, unreachable, hardened in the way that something becomes when the life is pressed out of it. What you came out with was different. You came out with something I can only describe as depth. Depth does not announce itself. It does not ask for recognition. It does not even always know it is there, but it shows up when it is needed. It shows in how you handle things that are too heavy for a shallow person to carry. It shows in the choices you make when no one is watching and the easier wrong is right in front of you. It shows in the way you enter a room, even now, even after everything, still carrying something that has not been used up. You have depth, my child. It was built through things that cost you, through seasons that asked more than you felt you had, through moments where the only way through was through. And what was built in those moments is real. It is not a feeling or an impression. It is something solid. It has already been tested under conditions designed to destroy it, and it held. You thought those seasons meant something was wrong with you. You measured yourself against people who seemed further along, people who looked like they were moving forward while you felt stuck. But that comparison was never a fair one. Their path was not your path. Their timeline was not your timeline. And what was being built in you during that time was something that does not get built while you are moving fast. It gets built in the slow places, in the still places, in the places where there is nothing to do but hold on. You held on. And what was found in you because of it is something heaven has not been quiet about. Most people will never know what was found, but you were drawn to this moment for a reason, and that reason is this. Heaven has something to say to you that has been held long enough. Declare your Amen if you have faith. The attacks you experienced were not random. I need you to understand this clearly, because many people look at the hardship they have faced and conclude one of two things. Either that they are unlucky, or that somehow they deserved it. Neither is what happened with you. The attacks that came against you were specific, targeted. That is not something to take lightly. You do not deploy targeted pressure against something ordinary. You do not spend focused energy trying to undo something that poses no threat. The enemy studied you before he moved, and what he studied alarmed him. He saw what I placed inside you. He could not create it. He could not take it. But he could try to get you to walk away from it voluntarily. He could not erase your calling. But if he could get you to disbelieve it, if he could get you to look at yourself and conclude that you were ordinary, unimportant, too broken to matter, then what I placed in you would sit dormant. Not destroyed, but inactive, unused. And that was his aim. So the attack did not come as something obvious. It came quietly. It came as a consistent suggestion. The suggestion took many forms. You are behind. You are not like others. You have missed too much. The things that hurt you have marked you permanently. You will always be at this same level. No one who really sees you stays. These were not idle thoughts. They were placed with purpose. The enemy does not waste effort on targets that do not matter to him. The very consistency of the pressure is itself a signal. It tells you something about what was at stake. There were times when you believed the lies. I will not pretend otherwise. There were seasons when you looked at yourself and what you saw was mostly the damage. When you measured yourself against others and came away feeling small. When the whisper that said you had been passed over felt more real than anything I had told you. You almost settled into that conclusion. You almost signed your name to the sentence that said you were finished, but you could not fully commit to it. Every time you moved close to accepting the worst as permanent, something would resist. Not loudly, sometimes just a flicker, a reluctance, an unwillingness to completely let go of the possibility that the story was not over. That resistance was not yours alone. It was also mine. I kept a thread of truth alive in you even when the lies were loudest. I would not let the truth about who you are be permanently buried under a deception, because what I placed in you is real, and real things do not respond to the enemy's authority. He had access to your circumstances. He never had access to your core. So the lies came in through the side doors. He used comparison, placing people in your view who seemed further along, more confident, more established. And slowly, comparison did what comparison always does. It made you measure progress on a scale that was never designed for your path. You started judging your timing by someone else's calendar, your worth by someone else's visible results. And that is an impossible way to measure anything real. He used shame. Shame for choices made in harder seasons. Shame for the gaps. Shame for what you had not yet done, for what you had not yet become. Shame is a specific kind of attack. It does not just say you did something wrong. It says you are something wrong. There is a difference. Conviction points to a specific thing and invites correction. Shame points to your whole person and invites you to disappear. That was the aim, to make you pull back, to make you feel that the best thing you could do for everyone was to make yourself smaller. But what I put in, you cannot be taken away. Not by the weight of your history. Not by the mistakes that live in your past. Not by the disappointment that came through people who should have been safe. Not by the seasons that lasted longer than you could have anticipated. None of those things hold the authority to unmake what I spoke into being in you. The enemy tried every entrance. He found your doubt and used it. He found your longing for approval and turned it against you. He found the places where you were most sensitive and pressed there. But what I have written in you is not written in something that pressure can reach. He could bend you toward the lie. He could not get you to swear allegiance to it. And that made all the difference. You are still here. That is not a small thing. Every time the attack came and you did not stay completely gone, every time you came back, even reluctantly, even exhausted, even unsure, the enemy's plan failed. Not dramatically, not with a shout, just quietly, faithfully. He failed. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I'm preparing. What was built in you through those attacks stands intact. The lies shape no permanent thing in you. They came and they pressed hard, but the foundation I laid held. The truth lived beneath everything that was piled on top of it. And because it is still there, undestroyed, uncancelled, it is now free to rise. I need you to understand something that might have caused you pain at the time. The truth I am telling you now, I have known it the whole time. It was never hidden from me. And there were moments, seasons even, when you cried out and asked me to show you who you were, to confirm your worth, to tell you plainly what was happening and why and where it was all going. And I stayed quiet. I want to explain that silence to you now, because you deserve the explanation. Revelation does not travel well to a heart that is not yet ready to carry it. That is not a criticism of you. It is a matter of structure. If I had spoken this truth to you too early, before the shaping, before the stretching, before you had learned to distinguish between approval from people and direction from me, it would not have helped you. It would have worked against you. And I will not do things that work against you, even when they feel like the thing you need most in the moment. There are two ways early revelation can damage a person. The first is pride. When someone learns something true and significant about themselves before their character is ready to hold it, the truth curls in on itself and becomes arrogance. They begin to perform an identity rather than carry one. They stop needing me because they feel they now have an answer about themselves. The very word I meant to anchor them becomes a trophy they hold over others. That is not what I intended for you. What I was speaking over your life was always meant to ground you, not elevate you above people, but root you deeply enough to stand beside them and serve them with what you carry. The second is fear. For some people, hearing the size of what they carry before they are grounded enough to receive it is simply too much. They retreat. They convince themselves it cannot really be them. They run from the word rather than grow into it. And running from it leaves them more lost than not knowing it at all. I watched you carefully through this season. I watched whether difficulty was making you humble or making you brittle. I watched whether silence was deepening your trust or feeding resentment. I watched the quiet work that was happening in you below the surface where no one else could see, where no one was applauding or even aware that anything was being built. And what I saw told me that the shape of your character was moving towards something that could hold this truth. Your humility was becoming real, not performed for others, but genuine. Your patience was becoming steady. Your need for me was growing bigger than your need for recognition. Those shifts matter enormously, because a person who needs me more than they need attention can carry revelation without it distorting them. The silence was not neglect. It was precision. I was not absent from you. I was doing something more important than speaking. I was forming the vessel so that what I poured into it would hold. You felt delayed. I understand that. From where you were standing, it looked like standing still while others moved forward. That experience was real, and I am not dismissing it. But delay is not denial. A thing being carefully formed takes longer than a thing being rushed. What I was building in you was never going to be rushed. The depth I placed in you requires time. You cannot fast forward roots. You cannot skip the invisible work and arrive at visible fruit with anything real beneath it. The process had to be honored. So I honored it. And I want you to know I understood what that silence cost you. I did not take it lightly. The silence also kept you safe in a way you could not have recognized at the time. Some things placed in the light too early are consumed before they are strong enough to hold their ground. Some flames lit in the wrong season are put out before they can grow into fire. I was not withholding something good from you. I was protecting something good from being exposed before it was ready to hold up under what would come against it. The seasons that felt like nothing was happening, those were not empty. Things were happening in you during those seasons that could not have happened any other way. When there were no outward signs of movement, there was inward work. When there was nothing visible to show for the time, there was something invisible being secured. You were being formed in the way that real formation requires. Slowly, quietly, without applause, without an audience, and you did not waste those seasons. Even when it felt like you were simply enduring them, something was being laid down in you that will outlast every difficulty that placed you there. Now the form is ready. The character can carry what the calling requires. The humility is in place to hold the truth without it becoming distortion. The depth is there to receive revelation without it becoming pride. And that is why I am speaking now. Not sooner, not later. Now. The timing was never cruelty. It was care. Your worth was never in question. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything. What I was waiting for was the right moment to hand something into hands that were ready to hold it. And those hands are now ready. There is something I want to add that I do not want to pass over. The silence was never about your performance. It was never a withholding based on whether you had done enough or believed strongly enough. Your worth was never the variable. It was settled before you ever had to prove anything to me. What I was holding back was not a verdict on your value. It was a timing decision about what you were ready to receive. And now you are ready. You are not the same person you were at the beginning of this road. You have learned things that cannot be learned any other way, and what I am placing in your hands now will not be wasted on what you have become. I want to bring you back to something simple and say it clearly enough that it reaches the place where the doubt lives. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. That sentence is not inspirational language. It is a statement of fact. The hardship that came against you had a specific intention: to define you, to narrow what you believed about yourself down to the size of the worst things that happened to you, to let failure become your name, to let rejection stamp an identity on you that would follow you quietly into every new beginning and whisper that you would get the same result again. That did not succeed, not because you are stronger than everyone else, not because you did everything right. It did not succeed because what I wrote into you is not written in something that hardship can reach. I did not plant your identity in your circumstances. I did not rest it on your performance. I did not build it on the opinions of people who looked at you and saw less than what was really there. I placed who you are at a depth that the surface of life cannot touch. And because of that, the repeated attempts to write over it did not take. The rejections did not stick at the level where your real identity lives. The failures added to your experience, but they could not add to your definition. The seasons when you felt invisible did not erase the truth of what you carry. The comparisons that made you feel behind did not change the path I designed specifically for you. You were never behind your purpose. You were always on the path I set for you. Your path does not run on the same timeline as other people's paths. It never has. Measuring your progress by someone else's markers has never been the right measure for your life. I know that is easy to say, but I need you to feel the weight of it, because the habit of comparison has cost you more than you realize. Other people are not ahead of you. They are on their own path, carrying what I assigned to them. When you look at where someone else is and compare it to where you are comparing two things that were never designed to be compared. Your path is yours alone. The shape of it, the timing of it, the pace of it, these were decided with you specifically in mind, not as an afterthought, not as a compromise, as a design. And what you are called to carry is significant. I do not say that to make you proud. I say it so that you stop treating yourself like something smaller than you are. There is a habit you have developed of making yourself small before anyone else can do it. A kind of preemptive diminishment. If you make yourself small first, the thinking goes, it hurts less when others agree. But that habit has cost you. It has kept you from walking into things with the authority and steadiness that rightly belongs to you. What I placed in you is not fragile. It does not need to be protected by smallness. It does not need you to hide it so that it will not be targeted. It can withstand being seen. It can hold up under scrutiny. It can be expressed openly without falling apart. You are allowed to know who you are. You are allowed to walk in the reality of it. Not loudly, not in a way that announces itself or demands recognition, but steadily, with the quiet certainty of someone who has settled the question of their own worth, not because circumstances confirmed it, but because I said it. Here is something else I want you to receive. The things that felt like they were working against you did not diminish what you carry. They confirmed it. A person carrying nothing is not worth targeting. What came against you told you something about what was ahead, that there is something real at the end of this road worth protecting. You made it through the attempts to define you by your worst seasons. You are here on the other side of the pressure, and what you carried is intact. That is not a coincidence. That is what happens when what is inside a person cannot be reached by what is outside them. What I put in you cannot be taken away. Let that settle. Let it go down into the parts of you that still half believe the old things. Let it reach further than the surface. You are not who the hardest things tried to make you. You are who I say you are. And what I say about you has not changed. Declare, I receive this today if your heart is open. I also need to address the way you speak about yourself, because what comes out of your mouth about who you are matters more than you have been giving it credit for. There is a pattern that happens when someone has been through a long season of pressure. They start to agree with the language of the season. They say things like, I am so far behind. I am not sure I am cut out for this. I have never been good at trusting. I am always the one who gets left. These words feel honest because they feel like what the evidence shows. But they are not describing the truth of who you are. They are describing the story the hardest seasons tried to write over you. Stop using those words. Not because the feelings are not real. The feelings are real. But feelings are not definitions. What you experienced is real. But experience is not identity. You are not required to narrate your life using the language of the worst things that happened in it. Start speaking differently about yourself. Not with grand declarations you do not yet believe. Just with corrections. When the old language comes, and it will come, interrupt it. Say quietly, that is not who I am. Heaven has said something different, and let what I have spoken today be the counterword. You are rare. You are faithful. You held when holding cost you something. Those are the words that match what was found in you. Those are the words I am speaking over your life today. And what I speak does not return empty. There is a shift underway, and I want to prepare you for it. What was built in secret is not going to stay hidden forever. That is not how I work. I do not build things in the dark to leave them there permanently. The hidden season had a purpose, and it has served that purpose. But what was formed in you during the quiet time was not formed to remain quiet. It was formed to be expressed, to go to work, to do what it was designed to do. I want to be careful about what I mean when I say a season of visibility is coming, because this phrase can be misunderstood, and I do not want you chasing the wrong thing. I am not promising fame. I am not guaranteeing that the world will take notice of you in any particular public way. That kind of visibility is not what I am speaking about here. What I mean is something simpler and more significant than that. The things you carry, the depth, the steadiness, the compassion, the quiet authority that was formed in you through pressure, these things are going to be needed. They are going to be called upon. Situations are going to arise around you that require exactly what was built in you through the hardest seasons. People are going to come into your life who are in the kind of darkness you yourself once lived through. And because you went through it honestly, without bypassing it, without performing your way to the other side, you will have something real to offer them. That is the visibility I am speaking about. You will be placed where what you carry is needed. And what you give in those moments will not be advice from a safe distance. It will be the weight of someone who has actually been there, and who came through still holding something that held. That kind of presence changes things in ways that performance never could. It is the difference between someone who has studied a map and someone who has walked the road. People can tell the difference. They feel it when someone speaks from a place of real experience. And what you have to give comes from that place. Now let me address something that may happen as this shift comes. As things begin to change, as doors begin to open, as you find yourself in more visible places, the old voice of comparison may return. It will look at what others have and suggest that you are still not quite enough, that your path is not as clean as theirs, that you have too much history, that the people who are further along somehow got there without carrying what you have been carrying. Do not cooperate with that voice. You have learned something through this season that many people spend their whole lives not learning. You have learned that approval is not the foundation, that what I say about you carries more authority than anything the visible world puts on display. Walk into this new season with that settled, not with your guard up, not striving to maintain it, just settled. The way a person walks into a room when they know they belong there, not announcing it, not defending it, just at ease in it. What was built in silence will speak in the open. What was formed in hiddenness will be expressed in the light. And it will carry authority precisely because it was not manufactured. It was forged. It was tested before it was released. That is why it will hold up under pressure, because it already has. Go forward without competing. Go forward without performing. Go forward the way I shaped you to go, with depth, with steadiness, with the kind of quiet confidence that comes from knowing who you are not, because the world confirmed it, but because I said it. There is something I want to place before you as this season turns. I want you to understand the weight of what is shifting. This is not a small change in direction. This is the ground moving under the whole of your life. The things I planted in the quiet years are ready. The roots that formed in the dark are ready to feed something that will stand in the open. Do not minimize what is coming. Do not shrink back from it because the scale of it feels unfamiliar. You were built for what is coming. The shaping was intentional. The stretching was specific. The things I allowed were not random. They were the precise conditions needed to form what you now carry. And what you now carry is exactly what the next season requires. So go, with steadiness, with depth, with the quiet authority of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not burn. Say yes, if you are ready to walk forward. I also want to say something about what you will find on the other side of this shift that you may not be expecting. You will find that the things you thought disqualified you are exactly the things that make you credible. The places where you struggled are the places where you will be most trusted to speak. The seasons where you felt most invisible are the seasons that will give your words the most weight. This is not the way the world works. The world values the polished and the presented. But I work differently. I use what the world overlooks. I place weight in what the world passes by. And the person who stood in the quiet places and did not quit, that is the person I trust to carry what needs to go further. You are entering a season where what you have been carries more authority than what you have performed. Let that register. Let it settle into the way you see yourself and what you bring. The hidden season has done its work. What was formed is ready. And the one who formed it says, go. I want to close by bringing you back to where I started, because it matters, and I do not want you to move past it too quickly. You left me speechless, not in a theatrical way, not as a phrase chosen to make you feel good. I mean something very specific by it. When I look at the whole of what you walked through, not the best parts, not the easy stretches, but the full weight of the hardest seasons, the long silences, the moments when everything around you said to stop. And I look at what did not leave you, what held in the center of all of that. I am moved by it in a way that words do not capture cleanly. You are stronger than you have allowed yourself to believe, not stronger in the sense of being unmoved. You were moved. I watched it. You were shaken, pressed, worn down, confused, hurt by things and people that should have been safe. Your strength is not the strength of someone who felt nothing. It is the strength of someone who felt everything and still did not break at the core. That is a different kind of strength. It does not look impressive from the outside. It does not make noise. But when the pressure is real and the cost is high and the easy exit is right there in front of you, this is the strength that stays. And staying, when staying costs you something, is the only measure that ultimately matters. My child, I need you to change how you speak about yourself. Not dramatically, not with declarations that feel hollow. Just stop using the words that do not match what I have told you today. Stop saying you are weak when you have carried things that would have broken most people open. Stop saying you are forgotten when I have been watching everything. Stop saying you are behind when your path was never meant to match anyone else's pace. Stop agreeing with the language that the hardest seasons tried to make permanent. Those words describe the attack. They do not describe the truth. Speak more carefully. When the old language rises, and it will, let what was spoken today interrupt it. Quietly, steadily. That is not who I am. Heaven has spoken something different over me. Let the correction be simple and firm. Let it be a settled decision. You are not behind. You are on the path I set for you. You are not forgotten. I have had my eye on you through everything. You are not too broken. What broke the surface did not reach what I anchored at the center. And you are not ordinary. What was found inside you when the pressure was at its worst is the kind of thing that makes heaven stop and take notice. Hear this clearly. This message is for you. Not for someone who has it together more than you do. Not for someone who has believed longer or struggled less. This is for you, the person who is here, in this moment, carrying exactly what you are carrying, with exactly the history you have. I am not speaking to a polished version of you. I am speaking to the real one. And the real one is exactly who I am saying all of this about. The quiet is over. What was formed in the hidden places is ready to move into the open. What was built in you belongs to the next chapter of your life. Carry it with the steadiness that was forged in you. Carry it with the humility that the long seasons produced. Carry it with the quiet confidence of someone who knows they did not make it through alone, and knows they will not be alone in what comes next. Before you go, I want you to take a moment, right now, wherever you are, and let what just happened settle in you. You received a word, not from someone who observed you from the outside and offered a general encouragement. A word spoken from the one who built you, from the one who has seen the inside of every season you have walked through, the ones you told people about, and the ones you never told anyone about, from the one who found something rare in you when you thought there was nothing there worth noticing. Let it reach you. Let it go past the surface where the old habit of dismissing good things lives. Let it go down into the place where doubt has been living. Let it speak there. Let it begin the work of replacing what was never true. You are rare, not as a compliment, as a fact. What was found in you this season, under the weight, in the long silence, in the moments no one else saw, had to be placed there deliberately, and then proved through pressure. And it has been proved. The testing confirmed what I always knew was there. Now, live accordingly, not loudly, just differently than you did before you heard this. Walk with a little more certainty. Speak about yourself a little more carefully. Stop apologizing for taking up space. What I placed in you was meant to be expressed, not suppressed. It was meant to be carried into the world. The season ahead belongs to what was built in the seasons behind. And the one who built it says, "You are ready. It is time. Go forward, my beloved child. Not striving, not competing, not with one eye on what everyone else is doing. Just forward, with depth, with steadiness, with the settled knowing of someone who has been through the fire and discovered that what I placed in them did not melt. I am with you. I was with you through all of it, and I will be with you through everything still to come. What I spoke over you today does not expire. It does not wear off when the feeling fades. It stands because I stand behind it. Carry it. Live it. Let it be the new foundation that the next season of your life is built on. Declare Amen as a seal over every word spoken to you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.